Yani 5-10 dakikaya başlar. Değerli misafirler, devlet inşası ve güvenlik yapılanması başlıklı ikinci oturum başlamak üzere. Lütfen salondaki yerlerimizi alalım. Dear guests, the session titled State Building and Structuring Security is about to begin. Please take your seats. Devlet inşası ve güvenlik yapılanması isimli ikinci panel.
So we are going to have the second session related to the state building and structuring security. And the moderator will be Mehmet Köse. So we are going to have Muhammed Yaser Okumuş from Ankara Social Sciences University and esteemed guests, welcome for our second session. So we are going to continue on time because we have only 1 hour. Within this time, we are going to have the presentation and we are going to have the Q&A session and we are going to use the time effectively. I'm going to speak in Turkish and I'm going to speak in Turkish as the moderator. There will be interpretation because we have 2 professional interpreters here together with us for the translation. So, why we have 2 different statements together? We have state building and structuring security, but when we call it state building, this is not only the public structuring actually. Within the scope of the understanding, we are going to address it with human resources. Of course, all these public services will have a specific systematic, and this will also be the building of state. So, I don't want to speak too long. That's why we are going to have speakers. Actually, we would have Faduma Ali, but having the graduation from Mogadishu and then from Istanbul University, now he is the deputy minister in Mogadishu, Somalia. That's why he won't be able to attend the symposium. So we have another similar event in Somalia. That's why he is responsible. He has an active role. That's why he could not attend. So the presentation will be made by Miss Rukiye. Of course, she has her own. I hope we can also listen to that. Okay, now I would like to give floor to you.
And so, as Professor already mentioned, I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Fatuma Ali. I hope I cover everything today. Okay, so let's start with the title of her research paper. Ms. Fatuma is researching on the question of peace building and peacekeeping in Somalia, and Turkey's role, Turkey's political strategy, analyzing it and seeing how it's different to other superpowers. So here's the research statement. Building institutions to build peace, learning from Turkey's building model in Somalia. When Somalia was a fragile state, we all know that Turkey formed bilateral relations, and these relations were different from how other states approached and aided Somalia. Turkey chose not only humanitarian, but also invested in Somalia's long-term stability by including Somalis in the design phase and not just the implementation stage of all the projects. We understand the objective of Turkey's foreign policy or Turkey's bilateral relations with Somalia. But what are the political incentives? What drives Turkey's bilateral relations with Somalia? This leads us to the thesis of the research paper, which is that the paper argues Turkey's model is driven by strategic regional rivalry in the Horn of Africa with other Middle Eastern states and superpowers in the region. Yes. In other words, the author states that Turkey's incentive in its strategic bilateral relations with Somalia is somewhat of a competition, for the lack of better words, with other states. As in Turkey, to put it simply, looked at the other superpowers that got there before them and thought, what are they doing? X, Y, and Z? Okay, then we should put more strategy and thought into ours and implement A and B. They looked at two specific things. A, which is what does Somalia need? And B, how we can help Somalis help themselves. As in, the wheels should continue running even after programs end, maybe leading to sustainability to a certain extent. For example, when it comes to military investment, Turkey would not, unlike other states, not give direct financial grants without a strategic purpose. For example, they would go as far as training Somalis in the military. When it comes to education, they'll provide scholarships for Somali youth to come to Turkey, learn the language, and study here. In specific programs, for example, engineering, international relations, to go back home and help Somalia in the long run. So it's a strategic investment, different from the other superpowers. Fatima Ali conducted interviews in her research and relied on secondary data. Based on the research design and the research question, secondary literature is mostly used to seek responses. Additionally, secondary data analyzes and documents document review techniques and are employed in this research. So let's look specifically at Turkey's peace-building efforts in Somalia by giving examples and analyzing each sector. For example, the economic side, the business side, and let's say military, education, and so on and so forth. Fatima Ali, the author, looked at the development aid provided to Somalia. Turkey basically contributed to the education, healthcare, transportation, building roads and such, agriculture, infrastructure, government institutions, and direct budget support to Somalia. Furthermore, it's widely accepted that the Somali studies specialists that Turkey used in its humanitarian diplomacy in Somalia as a model to engage in other African countries. From its aid contribution to Somalia, Turkey secured wide public support and gained a positive image of the state with no hidden agendas. Though Turkey's motive in Somalia has not been purely humanitarian in the first place, it realized finally that aid served as best in laying the foundation for further economic and diplomatic engagements, as in aid was the way in, was like the foot or the step in the door. Turkey laid the foundation for further economic and security engagements. When it comes to business, Turkish businessmen have shown interest in the Somali market due to its wide potential returns, and the Turkish-Somalia Business Forum has been launched to provide basis for the business communities from both states. Trade and investments from the Turkish business communities have been increasingly seen in these situations. So there are two types. of business or economic interests in Somalia. One is shown through bilateral trade, and the other through contract investments, both of which Turkey is leading. Turkey's trade with Somalia has tremendously increased over the years. According to International Trade Center data, Turkey exports to Somalia has jumped from 3.5 million in 2009 to 256 million in 2019, 10 years later. This incremental change of these figures actually showed big breakthrough in Turkey's economic engagement with an African country. From the Turkish perspective, improving the economy by creating employment and covering the gaps in the economic infrastructure has a positive impact on Somalia's conflict mitigation and peace-building initiatives. After Turkey's rehabilitation of main roads, with little security improvement, the image of the capital of Mogadishu has changed and become a city which attracts domestic, diaspora, and foreign investment. And that is equally important, because when the image of Mogadishu changes, as Fatma said, we have had a higher chance of foreign investment and diaspora community investing back in Somalia. Turkey is also believed to have contributed to establishing the global Somali diaspora, a platform where Somali diaspora engage with each other and develop collective recipe for their problems and challenges. So I think we can summarize this as Turkey leading Somali-owned and Somali-led solutions, rather than giving aid and solutions for Somalis to implement, thus leading to effective and efficient policy directions which Somali's old traditional partners have not engaged in. So we are seeing more productive policies from Turkey. In September 2017, Turksom, a Turkish military training camp, has been inaugurated in Mogadishu by the Somali Prime Minister and Turkey's Chief of Staff. The camp is so far considered the biggest effort of Turkey to have been made as a contribution to Somalia's peace building and stability and reestablishment. More than 5,000 soldiers, according to the data that we have gathered, more than 5,000 soldiers have graduated from Turkam since its inauguration, and others are expected to graduate soon. These are Turkish-trained Somali forces, well-trained, well-organized, and well-equipped, relative to the battalions of Somali armed forces from the past. And that is the end of this paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you've done well. Şimdi
Of course, Faduma Ali made the research, and it is like multi-layered rebuilding of the state. So there are programs and projects. The motivations, how these motivations are shaped. So there is a kind of comparative study. And the most important issue here is the Somalian people and Somalia were included in the process. And secondly, the need of the Somalia and Somalians were considered. And also, accordingly, the capacity building activities were performed. And in the second presentation, this will also be interrelated. Of course, while you become the moderator, it's difficult to introduce yourself. Let me try to introduce myself briefly. Istanbul University graduation, completed in political sciences for master's degree, international relations, and PhD, once again, Istanbul University. I have worked in public institutions for a very long time. And, for example, the establishment period for the Directorate of Foreigners, and now I'm working in UN, and I'm also working in Africa foundation on a voluntary basis in terms of social responsibility. I try to contribute to the activities. So in this presentation, now I would like to focus on the rebuilding of Somalia. Actually, the rebuilding concept is a very comprehensive one. Actually, when we call it like state building, this is not only the establishment of the state. This is related to the establishment of all the sectors, social structuring, the establishment of the infrastructure, the establishment of the human capital, and trying to have the sustainability for this order. Accordingly, when we talk about the human resource capacity, I believe all the processes will be included. In Turkey, in 2011, Turkey was included in the process, but first of all, this was like humanitarian aid. This was the limit. And during this phase, Turkey has provided the training need aid. Let me try to clarify. In 2011, of course, we have initiated the process for emergency humanitarian aid, and the Prime Minister provided the scholarship, the promise for the scholarship for more than 500 students from Somalia. So we have completed most of the numbers. So this was the first phase. During the humanitarian aid, we have also included training, education. However, there was also another second phase for the humanitarian aid in terms of the economical development and the state building. This was more comprehensive. It was more programmed, planned in terms of the development of the human resource. During this process, international organizations can have the bilateral or multi-relations, and when we go back and remember those days, there were humanitarian aids and development aids. So there were project-centered activities. And the level of the ratio of education was kept a little bit behind because the focus was more on physical infrastructure. So education was lagging behind. I may give you an example. For example, we call it the education of the refugees. When we examine the statistics for the education of the refugees, the access to the higher education is less than 1% at the average for the world. And so this is also valid for the developmental support. When we move to the second phase, during that process, we pay high attention to the higher education. We believe that this is also a very fundamental actor. And in order to fulfill the human resource, we believe that it is very critical. Now, for the planning and for the coordination, I had an active role for the foreigners. That's why I would like to express myself and say, of course, we are going to have insufficiencies, but we have our intention clearly. We would like to share all of our intentions in a transparent manner. So while moving to the second phase, as you all know, we had two different conferences related to Somalia in 2010 in Istanbul and with the UN, and the other one was held in 2012 in Istanbul. We had the discussion for the state building in 5 different phases, enabling the national solidarity, structuring the security, and also development of the country. So when we look at all these 5 steps, we have the political phase. We need technical institutional capacity. In terms of the economical infrastructure, We need this infrastructure, but we also focus on the human resource capacity once again. Regarding the establishment of the politics, it requires technical capacity. It requires expertise because you're going to establish a system and you're going to consider the priorities in the society. You need to perform all the services in a very effective way in public institutions. For the human resource capacity, what is the situation? Maybe we are going to have different presentations. When we look at the population is very young. I mean, most of the individuals are below the age of 35, but most of them are unemployed. So you need to provide the civil social order, so you need to have this percentage as 75. First, you need to plan the strategic priorities. How are you going to plan? As we have listened in the Faduma Ali's presentation, you need to have a well planning. In 2012, during this planning phase, we made a field visit. We made a field study, and I'm going to explain it in more details.
In the resettlement process of Somalia, the Turkey's investment in human capital focused on security and health, and it involved long-term programs. That is why education was the center in security processes. We have first signed the education cooperation agreement, and there were subsequent agreements that we have signed, and the main aim is to ensure the security of Somalia. They have 20,000 soldiers, and 10,000 of them should be trained, we thought. First, we started the project by training them in Turkey, but then it was turned into more systematical way. Then we have opened the Center for Training in Somalia. This is actually a military training center. It's not a military headquarters. Some people mistake that for it. There were different levels of trainings for different levels of military personnel, and in the first phase, the 5,000 military personnel will be trained, and it will be increased to 10,000. When you take a look at the scope of the training, it's rather comprehensive. There are trainings for many different levels, including non-commissioned officers, commissioned officers. There is bachelor level training and also master's level training that are delivered in Turkey. Some of the military personnel receive a part of the training in Somalia, and then they come to Turkey, to Isparta, Ankara, Istanbul to complete their training. And the second phase focuses on security, internal security, so the training of police officers and gendarmerie. Within the scope of Turksom, the training of 1,000 police officers are taking place, and so far 700 of police officers have already completed their training, and some part of them have completed their training in gendarmerie school in Turkey. In the center of the security sector, there is again human capital. You may have greatest technical equipment, but if you don't have trained personnel, if you don't have officers that agree to the chain command of the state, that army will turn into militia powers in the long term. there is that risk. And when we take a look at the situation, law and political order is bound to create this level of order that people abide by, even though there is the attempted coup in Turkey, in the recent history of Turkey. We have never planned a military training that may lead to the rise of sectarianism or other forms of groupings. You can take a look at the scope of the training that doesn't include anything as such. The field of health. Recently, there is the Human Capital Report of Heritage University. That report lays out the number of 90,000 doctors, medical doctors, the education of medical faculty, nurses, health technicians. The level of trainings, education that were delivered were rather few. And the education faculties that had health centers were very few to none. The health vocational school was established, hospitals were established, and the people were trained in the field of health. All these numbers of health education have increased. When we take a look at the health sector, we can speak of two health higher school. One of them is Ibn Sina, Avicenna, and they cooperate with Vienna University. And there is Recep Tayyip Erdogan University's Health Higher Education School. So there is quite a number of centers that educate people in this field, and the specialist medical doctors training. Every year, 10 to 15 medical doctors receive education in Shifa University and Recep Tayyip Erdogan University. Some of them receive this training in Turkey, some of them receive it there. And there's the faculty that is established. The capacity building is further progressed thanks to that. These are the biggest issues. The health service in resettlement. When you provide service in the field of health, it plays major role. Security sector is another major area. Activities are not limited to that. There is short-term education programs. There is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is TİKA's support to agricultural school. There are technical education centers, vocational education in Malaysia, Kalkaya, and Mogadishu. They are all steps to develop human capital for future. What I would like to focus on is the following. How do the scholarships provided by Turkey to Somalia contribute to the human capital in Somalia? This is a very important scholarship program. Dr. Salah talked about the graduates, the alumni of Turkish scholarships, and he presented an article on that. I'd like to give the background about that. Why the scholarships from Turkey we can think of 100 of scholarships that were provided before 2011, but now it has increased a lot. The number of Somalians that were trained in Turkey was around 100 with public scholarships. From 2011 onwards, this number increased very rapidly. 300 people received scholarships in 2012, and around 100 Somalian students started to receive training in Turkey. What was the aim of these scholarships? What was the program? Can any student apply? Imagine a student with good academic background. They want to get, let's say, a training in certain field. Is it possible to provide them that education? How did they play a role in the resettlement, reconstruction of Somalia? Here is the goal. It is in line with the Turkish foreign policy. A dynamic approach that centers the needs of the relevant country, the aim of developing human capital. What were the needs of Somalia? That is one thing to take into consider. And secondly, we have to improve the Turkish-Somalian relations. In economic, political, socio-cultural level, we need approachment. How did we manage this process? In 2012, we have completed a field study from Mogadishu to Hargeisa, and we have held interviews too. After the state failed, after 1991, there was a great increase in the number of universities until mid-90s. There was Somali National University under Zviad Büyükelçin, but then the diaspora, the associations, the private initiatives were more active, and there were around 40 universities around mid-90s, educating 50,000 students. However, there is faculty of medicine, but there is no hospital related to that. And then you check out the universities, the academic personnel of the universities, the number of specialists with master's and PhD degrees were not enough. And then we have planned another research with Heritage Institute. We are thankful to Abdurrashid Harshid and Abdurrahman. Thanks to them, we have received very healthy data. They have conducted the research, and we looked at the table. Let me check the numbers. If I'm not mistaken, it was around 60% of academic personnel that didn't have master's and PhD degrees. That was our priority. To improve the academic personnel of the universities, we need to provide these personnel scholarships. In 2013, 14, 15, that's what we have done to a great extent. In the previous session, Dr. Salah presented that. We are very happy to see that it has been reflected positively to the academic field. In Simant, Benedir, Amud, Bergeysa, Hamut, Bosaiso, Puntland. In almost all of the universities, there are academic personnel who have graduated and received their degrees from Turkey. This is a very hopeful scenario for us. Vocational fields. The researches that were presented to us showed that the IT and social sciences were the two fields that provided the education most, but there was an infrastructure like in health, in agriculture. They had great restrictions, marine studies, fisheries had need for improvement, mining, geology, they also had shortcomings. and there was the need for human capacity. We also understand why universities want to focus on business administration, why they receive students in this field. Both laboratory and the education infrastructure plays a great role. That's how we prioritize our scholarships. Until 2020, the Turkish scholarships, how were they shaped? So 20% economy, 13% health. This is the summary. 11% political science, international relations, 10% animal stock, and 10% architecture, 7% IT, 6% energy, electricity, 3% sociology, psychology, 2% mining, geology, 1% marine studies. Some of these numbers are rather low due to the lack of interest from the students. We first wanted to focus on the need of the country. Secondly, the wish of the student. 3, what Turkey can offer. So a combination, denomination of all these 3 shaped the distribution of these scholarships. And we wanted to focus also increasing our socio-cultural relations. That's why there's a 5% scholarship provided on Turkish language and culture too. We have shaped the scholarships according to the needs and wishes of Somalia, and we have seen that there is a great interest. Annually, we have received 4,000 to 7,000 applications for scholarships, and it was rather difficult to make a selection among such great number to be able to give only to 100 students. I have held interviews with 29 students who have received scholarships to be able to make this presentation, and I'm coming towards the conclusion of my remarks. They told me that the education, I wanted to understand actually the impact of the education they received in Turkey. Dr. Salah has prioritized the higher education. I focused more on people who received education in Turkey and the impact of this education to their lives. According to the interviews I have seen, that 77% of them were employed. They were included in employment market. When you take a look at the youth unemployment in Somalia, when you consider that, it is very important to see that the education provided in Turkey gives an opportunity for them to be employed in Somalia. The second question also supports that. 60%, 68% said that they work in the relevant fields with their education. Some part of the people who received education, they work as translators, interpreters, because they know the language. We have seen it a lot. This is a positive result to us. The education they received in Turkey is the field that they work in. That's a great result. Another aspect, we summarize, the education that they received in Turkey have prepared them to their work life, around 70%. And 30% is not satisfied. We need to also focus on that. Is it about the education provided by the university? Is it about the level of consciousness of the student? So there's a 30% of dissatisfaction, saying that I didn't have enough contribution. Let's take a look at the distribution of the sectors.
kendi işinde çalışanlar %36 civarında. Kamuda
36% work in private sector, 40% work in government public offices, and there is also the political field. Maybe it is about government offices or local administrations, 20%, and NGOs 16%.
aslında planlamayla
The
ilişkili.
distribution is related to the planning. The people working in the public offices are also in universities, also in health sector. They fall in under the same domain. From our perspective, from the perspective of contribution, of contributing the Turkey-Somalia relations,
büyük oranda olumlu
the answers reveal that there is a positive approach, positive reflection.
Türkiye ile ülke arasında kendi Somali arasındaki ilişkileri
So,
hem ticari hem siyasi hem eğitim
in commerce, sociocultural, political, and economic fields
kendi algıları çerçevesinde katkı
were positively affected by this training. This is also confirming the goal of this scholarships program. On the other hand, this is very important, the contribution to their own country.
farklı alanlarda anlamaya
We are trying to understand it under different areas: creation of employment, economic development, cultural development, social development, improvement of public services, democratic development, and security. In all these fields, there is a positive reflection and positive contribution. This is what we get from the students. The lowest is 52% to the development of democracy. We hope that this will also reach the levels of 80 to 90% in the upcoming 5 years. I'd like to wrap up and summarize the Turkish scholarships and also scholarships provided in public offices, security, or short-term educations delivered. They play a great role in reconstruction, development of human capital, and play a good role in providing the opportunity to shape their own future. And we see that it plays a positive role. And we also witness that there is a high level of interaction between Turkey and Somalia. Yes, there is 100 scholarships. The total number is around 600 to 700. But the total number is 6,000. And 60 to 70% of them completed this education successfully and then went back to their country. And that would be a great achievement. It's the great success for Somalia, especially those who receive scholarships. We want them to go back to the country. Why? Because we want them to be beneficial to Somalia, because they were provided with these scholarships because of the goal to provide benefit to Somalia. There is also some people who do not go back to Somalia. And when you compare it with other scholarships, the people who receive scholarship from Turkey going back to Somalia is very high. But when you take a look at the Western scholarships, the number of people going back to Somalia is around 50%. It's very low. Because if these successful citizens, Somalian citizens, receive scholarships in certain countries and they stay there, it means that Somalia won't be able to benefit from their expertise. I don't want to take too much of your time anymore. I guess I extended my speech. I am sorry. I guess I played my card as a moderator. I favored myself. Sorry about that. Apologies. Nobody warned me. Okay, now let's move on to another. The next panelists who have received the master's degree in Police Academy, Muhammed Muhtar and Muhammed Salah Ahmed, concluded this article where they assessed the military partnership between Turkey and Somalia. We will hear about challenges and opportunities.
Everyone, good afternoon. Want to thank everyone who has attended this amazing symposium. I would like to thank all the organizers. I'm a result of this decade of strong relations between Turkey and Somalia. I've been here since the I came here towards the end of 2015. I've pursued my master's. I'm now a PhD candidate, hoping to go back to my country as soon as possible to be part of the bridge that brings the two countries together, and looking forward to a more strong and brotherly relations. As can be seen, my topic is about assessing Turkey-Somalia military partnership. I'm going to look at the challenges and opportunities. I'm presenting this with my colleague. He's not here today, he's back in the country, Mohammed Salah Ahmed. We are both PhD candidates at Yildirim Beyazit University, studying international relations and political science, respectively. This topic is, of course, important because normally when we talk about the bilateral relations between Somalia and Turkey, a lot of focus is normally put on humanitarian, relations, development, and also trade. But what we actually need to focus also and give some attention is the growing military partnership, because I think this is a turning point for Somalia and for Turkey as well. This is my paper outline. I'm going to give a brief introduction and then followed by the rest of the topics. The main points, as I started, that since 2011, when the resumption of relations started, we've seen a lot of focus on aid-oriented approach, business partnerships, and strong diplomatic relations. But the opening of Turksom in September 2017 presents a turning point in the relationships between the two countries. There's been, rapid training of Somali soldiers, professionalizing them, and preparing them to fight terrorism and to secure the country's borders. And this, of course, is in line with what our colleagues, Faduma Ali and his paper on peace building is actually strengthening it. The strategic relationship between these two countries, the military partnership has been informed by a number of factors, local, regional, and international. And as much as it has a lot of positives, it's also going to, it's also been facing some risks, which we are going to look into. To begin with, the paper is basically going to try to talk from the perspective of moving from soft power to hard power and to smart power. What we call here when we talk about smart power, we talk about the combination of two factors. Basically, from 2011, we've seen a lot of focus being given to providing aid, because it was a very critical time for Somalia. Many lives were at risk. But this was eventually and very quickly followed by business partnerships and infrastructure projects, and it has consequently affected the people-to-people relations between Somalis and Turkey. Many countries has been outlined. Many companies, Turkish companies, are working in Somalia, and many Somali investors are investing in Turkey. And many people are coming here for health tourism, and I think some people are going to talk about that. But as even though Turkey still maintains the soft power approach it has in Somalia, it has also, because of various factors in the region, locally and internationally, it has sought to pursue more, kind of hard power approach, and the mixture of these two is what we call smart power. The research methodology that we're going to rely here on is basically qualitative analysis. I depended on reports and other secondary sources, but I also interviewed, alongside my colleague, Mohamed Salah, we interviewed two former government officials in the security sector, one in the Ministry of Defense, and another was a national security advisor, and a Somali academician who specializes on Somali security. Now, the journey from soft power to smart power has, when we talk about soft power here, we look at ways which countries are able to, have their interests fulfilled without with the use of culture and aid and education, and this was what Turkey was basically mainly dealing with Somalia in those terms. But according to our analysis, following the 2015 July coup attempt that failed in Turkey, we have seen Turkey preferring to also be more flex its muscles and deploy its hard power, as have been seen in Syria and Iraq, and Turkey has not abandoned or reduced its soft power. Rather, it is just that it has combined both soft power and hard power, and in that sense, it was able to strengthen its strategic presence in Somalia. So to better understand this relationship, I'm going to look at historically how Turkey became involved in Africa. And after the end of the Cold War, Turkey temporarily lost its geostrategic significance to USSR. And under President Turgut Özal, Turkey tried to move away from the West, not away from the West, but also involve other actors, like the big countries in the Middle East and Central Asia. And this, of course, also encompassed countries in sub-Saharan Africa. This process of getting involved into Africa and sub-Saharan Africa was accelerated under AK Party and under the leadership of President Erdogan. And following the involvement in Africa and following the coup in 2015, we have seen Turkey. When we talk about locally, Turkey's military was growing. Military capacity was growing. Internally, it has been facing the threat of FETÖ movement and the PKK, which was its offshoot, was also emerging in Syria, presenting security threats to Turkey. And regionally, it was competing for influence with countries like the UAE, and an emerging multipolar world that was also forced Turkey to be more proactive in securing its interests. And this had its own implications on Africa and on Somalia in particular. For Somalia, a country which has been steadily recovering from decades of conflict, in its quest to accomplish a state-building process and and return back to the world map among the states and the strongest and as a strong country in Africa. It required the help it required military assistance to make sure that this state building process is not affected by insurgencies and regional conflicts. So I cited scholars here like Akpinar who think that Turkey's presence in Somalia is motivated by economic interest, and others who think like it is motivated by ideological factors, with the ruling party being seen as an Islamist country. I look at it as a combination of these two. The Turkey and Somalia, based on the regional and local and international factors, need to strengthen their partnership, and Turkey's military training in Somalia is important in this light. For all other goals that the two countries are interested or are keen to develop, security is vital. So now we go to the important institute the institution that plays a big role in the rebuilding of the Somali National Army, which is Turksom. Whether we call it Turkish foreign policy makers would prefer to call it a training center, but it doesn't reduce its significance in the region. Its presence there generally creates restlessness among neighboring countries, and it's actually in the end, as much as it strengthens the Somali National Army and it contributes a lot to the training of the Somali army, it also makes other countries in the region restless about Turkey's increasing influence in the region. Now, let's look at the positives of this Turkey-Somali military partnership. As you can see, of course, attempts to forge military partnerships with Somalia, between Turkey and Somalia, have been can be traced much earlier, even two years earlier, before President Erdogan's first visit in 2011. But because of various factors, including bureaucratic issues, the idea was only implemented fully in 2017. The focus of the partnership is to institutionalize and reform the Somali security sector and provide training, mentorship, and equipment to SNA. And it's a task that every Somali government has always prioritized, considering the vast insecurity in the country. Somalia's main security challenges are Al-Shabaab and Turkey, with its experience in fighting the PKK. It is foreseen that this kind of partnership is going to help Somalia get Turkey's experience on this note. And of the elite forces, the Gorgor, they are considered, the forces which are trained by Turkey are considered to be one of the best elite forces in Somalia. And even the Somali Chief of Staff, Odoa Yusuf, has received part of his training in Turkey. And in total, according to data, Turkey has trained so far 2,500 soldiers and between 600 to 800 Haram police officers. And of course, both of these forces have been involved in important counterinsurgent operations, notably in the liberation of the strategic Janale town, which was a lifeline for Al-Shabaab in terms of gaining ammunition and other issues. It also helped Somalia cement its, the federal government cement its presence in parts of the country like Galmudug and Jubaland, which of course it has been seen as it has been criticized by some analysts and opposition as a dictatorial move, but from the other side, it could be seen as a way of strengthening the federal government. Based on our interviews, we've been told that Turkish Turksom is actually unique in the way it is generous, in the way it gives military equipment, something that other countries do not provide. And the Turkish soldiers or trained soldiers are normally not affected by clan dynamics because of the professional training they have received. But of course, such an advantage, of course, is important in a country that, following decades of war, we had a lot of clan militias, and the need for a professionalized army that transcends clan dynamics is very important. The risks here is Turkish facilities and personnel are likely to be targeted by Al-Shabaab over its military assistance to Somalia, and they have been targeted already. But of course, I'm confident that this will not discourage Turkey to continue providing its support and experience to Somalia. And of course, for people who are followers of Al-Shabaab's propaganda video, Turkey is normally depicted as pursuing Western agendas because of its NATO membership, and this is something maybe Turkey can try to improve in terms of its narrative, to challenge such a narrative. And partnership has been criticized domestically by opposition politicians, mainly because of they have been accusing the government of using Turkish trained forces to silence dissidents and rig elections. And of course, Turkey's argument here is that we train the soldiers and we hand them over to the government, and it's a sovereign country, there's nothing we can do. But maybe based on such risks, Turkish and Somali officials can have more discussions on how to go forward with this. Internationally, AMISOM, which is plays a key role in leading the implementation of Somalia's security sector reform, looks at Turkey as providing a parallel program and affecting the existing processes. And just to go to the recommendations and conclusions in 2 minutes, I'd say Turkey should pressure the Somali government not to misuse the forces if the claims are founded. More soldiers should be trained to fill the void left by AMISOM. At the moment, according to Heritage Institute, we have 28,000 soldiers, and Turkey has trained 2,500 so far. So, considering the 21,000 AMISOM forces are expected to leave the country, there's a lot of work to be done. And also, Turkey can be more impactful in providing battlefield mentorship and intelligence to Gorgor, which I think is not on the table right now, but it can be considered for the future. With several countries involved in the training, the military also struggles to have a uniform military discipline and courtesy. And for Somalia, if Turkey can help Somalia rebuild its army, but as well as revive its own military courtesy. To conclude, Somalia is greatly benefiting by having its military partnership with Turkey. It has been acquiring sophisticated and professional training and equipment, and it is helping Somalia accelerate its state-building process. For Turkey, Somalia represents its gateway to sub-Saharan Africa, particularly East Africa, considering Somalia's geostrategic location and untapped resources. With great economic interest and strong historical and cultural ties, the military partnership serves to secure the interest of both. Recent reports about Turkey's plan to establish a space port in Somalia is a testimony to how Somalia is strategic to Turkey. Turkey has been well received among Somalis because of its tangible achievements on the ground, timely support, and more crucially, for its non-partisanship in Somali politics. And we, based on with the recent tensions and the fear and the criticism on the politicization of Turkish trained officers, Turkey can do more, can play a bigger role in providing oversight and to ensure that the partnership survives and continues to grow. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim İbrahim Bey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim Abdirahman Muhtar. Thank you very much for this comprehensive analysis on Turkey's role in the challenges and opportunities in the security field of Somalia. He has presented beautiful recommendations. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next speaker, Mr. Muhammed Yasir Okumuş. He has received his bachelor degree in Koç University and he has continuing his PhD in Ankara Social Sciences University, where he's working as a researcher at. He's also one of the researchers of Africa Foundation. He's going to talk about drawing the frame, Turkey and Somalia, Somaliland talks. You may proceed, sir. Thank you very much. Hello. This is the session after lunch, and I'm the last speaker. It is very difficult. I hope you will be able to enjoy a cup of coffee after me to refresh yourself and wake up a little bit. We have a 20 group of people, students who have been working for 10 days, day and night. I'd like to thank them for their efforts. After the presentation of Fadumo, we have heard the issue of the construction of a state, establishment of a state. I'm going to only talk about one topic, which is Somaliland dispute. So I have a different perspective from the previous talks, and this paper I have prepared also includes observations and criticisms about Turkey and Turkish policy. The peace building in Turkish policy has been increasingly discussed. How did they come into being? Since the year of 2000, especially in the ruling of AK Party, there is a changing foreign policy paradigm. Especially, Turkey has taken steps towards minimizing the risks with neighboring countries. It starts in its own region, but also tries to increase cooperation with other regions and tries to increase and diversify the policy instruments. Of course, the global conditions have enabled these as well. There is conflict resolution and peace building. Both in academy, in political science, international relations, and in other scientific fields, this topic has become very popularized. And in that sense, Turkey has developed different forms of cooperations. What we can think of is UN, OIC, and OSCE. As, for example, first concrete step taken was the Mediation for Peace initiative established with Finland in UN. There is around 60 members, and 50 of them are countries, and around 8 of them are international agencies. There are similar activities such as that take place, such as in the presidency of Turkey in OIC, and we have also cooperated Finland and Switzerland. Apart from these, Turkey also started to make certain steps towards the solution of conflicts in different areas of the world. There are interstate and in-state conflicts. Let's take a look at what were those very quickly. In 2000, there was the problem and tension between Israel and Syria, and there's the Iran's nuclear crisis period, where Western countries and US and Brazil was involved in a mediation dialogue. You go to Far East, there is Philippines, and I focused on Philippines in my master's degree. There is a great level of experience there with Philippines government and Mora Muslims. They cooperated in providing solution through dialogue. So has become a country that was followed up by many different countries. Why do we talk about peace? Why has it become such important? Why is it discussed a lot? We can speculate a lot, but from what I can see, I can tell you that there is this certain foreign policy understanding of AK Party, Justice and Development Party, zero problem policy. There is the increased and accelerated communication process. There was the EU membership process, candidacy process that was moving rather positively. So that focused on improving the relations with other countries other than the paradigm of security. And this was done through the intermediation efforts. Before moving on to the focus of Turkey and Somaliland talks, there is a certain approach of Turkey in terms of peace. There are two main principles. You can see it in the talks of high level of politicians. You can see it in the speech of the president as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. There is the issue of integrity of land as well as the governance of own state. So the political leaders have always supported the territorial integrity as well as sovereignty of the countries. There is the example of Syria. Turkey has always adopted the policy of supporting the integrity of the land as well as sovereignty of the nation. In relation with sovereignty and integrity, all the problems should be solved with inner dynamics, without outer involvement. If there should be such engagement, it should have a guiding role rather than dictating one. Secondly, the process should take in a comprehensive and inclusive manner. If there should be a process that should engage all different elements of the society as much as possible in a more inclusive manner. When we take a look at the relations of Turkey with Africa, we can think of three different periods. There is the establishment of Republic of Turkey until the African dialogue. From 1923 until 1998, our relations with Africa was rather limited, especially with the northern African countries. There were certain diplomatic processes with former Ottoman countries, but there was no dialogue whatsoever with sub-Saharan countries. With the starting of dialogues with sub-Saharan countries, it was not accelerating rapidly. After AK Party became the ruling party, the year 2005 was proclaimed as the African year, and it gained momentum to the relations. Let me make a reference to Mehmet Özkan, professor. There is 1995-2005, there is 2005 to 2011 period. The prime minister back then, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, visited Somalia, of course, in 2011. So it was a milestone since the period of 1998. One of the reasons is the fact that Turkey has improved its relations with an African country for the first time with investments, supports, and all kinds of activities that covers many issues that were dealt with by the speakers of today. So Somalia became the mirror of Turkey in Africa. So anyone who wanted to understand the Turkish policy in Africa should just take a look at the relations with Somalia. And that is why Somalia is very dear to Turkey. The Somalian policy of Turkey focuses on humanitarian aid, establishment of a state, social aid, and security. It involves many different parameters. Let me also check the time quickly. I have 5 more minutes. Why does Turkey want to solve the problems between Somalia and Somaliland? I do not want to go back into the history. We have heard this from the professor. There were talks in 2010, as of 2012, with Istanbul and Ankara conferences. Turkey plays a role of facilitator. There's highest level of participation from Turkish side. Back then, the Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan and the Foreign Minister Ahmet Davutoğlu was present at those meetings. So two parties met for the first time in Istanbul. So for the first time, the representatives from Somalia and Somaliland came together. And in that sense, Turkey's approach is important. There are certain important issues. Our Somalian friends would know it much better than us, but I'll tell this for our Turkish friends. There is the aviation talks, air traffic control issue. Back in the internal war times, civil war times, the control was in Hargeisa, and there was the suggestion of sharing the revenue, even though it was favored, it was not realized. And then there's 2015 program. This program was planned, but then there was this crisis of delegation, which we can name as such. There was a short-term failure, but then Turkey continued working with including all elements of the society. One of them is left as an intervention or attempt only. Turkey aimed to bring the opinion leaders of the society all together, but it was unfortunately not realized due to the negative public opinion. But then there's another meeting that brings the intellectuals from Somalia and Somaliland together in Istanbul. But of course, there is no solution to Somalia-Somaliland dispute or talks. Turkey has not achieved its endeavors in that sense. I have also had interviews with the Turkish diplomats on this topic, and now Turkey is left out of the game because the new steps are taking place without the involvement of Turkey. But what we can say is as follows: Turkey has played the role of an intermediator, which is a positive thing. Turkey has a more holistic perspective when compared with Western powers, because these disputes cannot be compartmentalized. There are many different investments, there is support, there is trade that is ongoing between Turkey and Somalia, and together with that, maybe peace building activities can take a better turn. This might be an indicator for positive influence. Secondly, Turkey has a positive image in Somalia thanks to these education activities. I'll finish now. So we are talking of a country that has contact with two sides, even though Turkey doesn't recognize Somaliland as an independent state, but there is TICA office, there's Marif Foundation. So Turkey is delivering activities and organizing activities and is in contact with two sides. What I have seen with the talks with the two sides, I can say that it is clear that Turkey needs experts of this field, both in the public offices and in the private sector. We need people, Turkish people, who know the field, or let's say people who know the field as well as the source of this dispute, and as an expert, not only just about Somaliland talks, but in all areas. When we take a look at the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it needs to become more institutionalized. When we have talks with the diplomats as well as the politicians and academicians in Somalia, we see that everything is moving on with the individual efforts. So we need more than individual efforts, a more institutionalized effort to further improve the mission of intermediation, peace building, and conflict resolution. Thank you very much. We have heard the state building security structuring security session. Hereby, we have the need for human sources that can continuation of the peace. We also need security structures to be able to provide the services. Fourth, we need intermediation efforts to solve the conflict between Somalia and Somaliland, which may finalize in risks and conflicts. Anyone else?
Soruları hepsini bir alacağız.
Hello. My question is for Mehmet Köse. Of course, other speakers may also reply if they wish to do so. When we are talking about state building, this is what we see, and there is the attacks of Al-Shabaab, the terrorist attacks. Every week, every month, we hear news of attacks in Mogadishu. We are very sad as Muslims and people Do you think there's a lack of security forces? What should we do? There are many attacks. I'm thinking the following. Should we move the capital somewhere else for security? Because it seems like it's open to terrorism. Of course, the people are involved, but thank you.
Thank you. That was good presentations all around. Thank you very much. I have a comment for Mohammed and maybe for the benefit of others. But first, I want to comment on the question that was asked now. Some years back, I used to work with the president of Somalia, and we were in the US, in DePaul University in Chicago, and a young man, Somali guy, asked the president, since the problems of Al-Shabaab are concentrated in Mogadishu, why don't you move the capital to Garowe, which is more peaceful? And the president's answer was that we're happy that Garowe is peaceful, and we don't think Al-Shabaab will stay in Mogadishu. If we move to Garowe, they will come to Garowe. So our policy is to keep the safe places safe and make Mogadishu safe as well. So that may help. I want to comment for Mohammed on the Somaliland talks. For full disclosure, I am from that region that is geographically called Somaliland. And clearly it is important to find reconciliation and unity so that Somalia can move forward and can have a constitution and develop. And unlike many other places in Philippines or what have you, there are no obviously differences in ethnic, religion, language, and so on and so forth. The people who live there are all on both sides in the country, are in the British Somaliland of old and the Italian Somaliland, which is Somalia. They're the same people and families that are related and so on and so forth. The communities within Somaliland themselves are all Somali, but maybe sub-communities. There are like 5 maybe communities, and perhaps 4 or 4.5 of those communities are not willing or interested in seceding from the rest of the country. My understanding is that there were efforts in the government that we served. The president met with the other president of Somaliland and offered concessions, including to transfer the role of the president of the entire country to Somaliland, to move the capital, to give extra MPs, and whatever will solve the problem. There were apologies about people who were killed by the government, the military government, which included people from Somaliland in power, and so on and so forth. My understanding is that maybe the problem is not what we see sometimes. It is, some people describe this as a project. The leadership of these successive governments see the ability to control hundreds of millions of dollars a year under their control. And if they were to become a region, they will lose that power. In fact, this same problem is happening in some of the federal member states now, where they control political power, choosing the MPs and controlling the budgets that are increasingly coming under their purview. So my fear is that the current federal member states are headed in not cooperating with the central government, and you will have a difficult situation. And maybe the situation of Somaliland is fundamentally economic on the part of the leadership than other issues that need to be resolved. So I think better defining how this federal system would work by Heritage and other think tanks and Africa Foundation and Mohammed and his team, looking at coming up with a better arrangement at the federal level, or how this country will stay together, will help contribute to the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Zamanın
We have a very restricted amount of time. I'd like to answer the question asked very briefly. Security is not just an issue for Somalia, but also for all kinds of states. From 1990s onward, when we take a look at Somalia, we see that the security was a field where achievements made for a certain amount of time. When you take a look at the UNSOM, there are certain memoirs. And when I check the situation, I see that the security sector is tackled in a very comprehensive manner. We are talking about a country with 3,000 kilometers strand to the sea. The army of 28,000 people is very little, very few. They need actually 100,000 people to protect it at least. But of course, if you want to establish that army, you need to have a relevant budget to be able to pay them. And that means that you need tax or you need international funds. I remember one thing in 2012, there was the suggestion of an international fund. Turkey offered this to many countries. We can all contribute to this fund so that we can construct the Somalian army, both covering the costs of equipment as well as delivering the payment of the soldiers. The countries did not really favor the suggestion, and that is how Turkey was involved alone. We have trained 5,000 people and also procured arms. This is not a burden that Turkey alone can shoulder, but Somalia and also neighboring countries should be involved. Security is an issue for everyone, not just Somalia. So I think it would be very harsh to criticize Somalia on that sense. Thank you very much for being very patient in this afternoon session. Thank you very much for your attention. So we have 10 minutes break. Let's be back here at 3:30 to hear the session on economy. Thank you.
Sayın katılımcılar, ekonomi işbirliği
Esteemed participants, so we are going to have the third session related to the economic cooperation opportunities and challenges. Please be seated.
sayın katılımcılar,
Esteemed participants, so we are going to have the third session, Economic Cooperation, Opportunities and Challenges. Please be seated. Now I would like to invite our panelists. Now we are going to have the moderator and from Heritage Institute, Uveys Ali, from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, Recep Nazlı, and from the Presidency of Strategy and Budget, Can Aygül. I would like to invite you to the floor. So, we have very esteemed guests. Dear participants, we are going to have the third session and we are going to talk about the economic cooperation, opportunities and challenges. We have our guests, Dr. Uveys Ali. Mr. Ali is going to talk about the emerging trends in the trade relations between Turkey and Somalia. We have Recep Nazlı from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. So he's going to talk about rural development, potentials and challenges on agriculture cooperation. And the final speaker will be Can Aygül from the Presidency of Strategy and Budget, the role of growing Somali business diaspora in Turkey on trade relations. We need to use the time very efficiently. For this reason, I would like to initiate the panel. Now, of course, we are going to have very esteemed speakers, and I would like to go into the details of the resumes of these speakers, but all these details related to curriculum vitae of all these panelists will be in the booklet, so you can learn more about their resumes. So, Mr. Ali, can you hear me? Can you hear the translation? Yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. And before I begin my presentation, I would like to take an opportunity to thank the organizers of this colorful event where we are discussing about the important issues of our two countries, Turkey and Somalia. And my name is Uwais Abdullahi from Heritage Institute for Policy Study, based in Somalia. And I'm here today to present the emerging trends in trade relations between Turkey and Somalia. And my previous colleagues discussed on the issue of how the two countries has initiated and the strategic and diplomatic relations and other important relations such as security and building initiatives. But I'm here today to have a look at how the two countries has gone in terms of the economic development, in terms of economic relationship between the two countries. Particularly, I'm focusing more on the trade relations. I will look at the export and the import mechanisms for the past 1 decade. And my presentation outline will start with the background of the study, or the introduction part of the study. I will go through also the significance of why this study is so important. I will also highlight the scanty literature touching on the Turkey and African engagement in general, and particularly also in Somalia. The next session, I will also highlight the methodology and the approach that I use in this study. And the final section of the study will be on the findings, the key findings and the challenges of the study. I will conclude the policy implications or the policy considerations for the study. I don't want to take more time to discuss about how the relationship has gone or how the relationship has started, but I will highlight more on how this initiative is, especially when the Turkey has initiated one of the biggest foreign missions in Somalia in 2016, and also established a military training base in Somalia in 2017. Of course, Turkey has a very strong economic or trade relation in African countries, and more particularly in Somalia. And this relationship can be dated back during the Ottoman Empire, where the Turkish and Somali people engaged in trading initiatives where Turkey and Ottoman Empire and exporting Turkish-made products to Somalia in 16th century. The relationship in Turkey and African countries has started in the past 2 decades. As you can see from the patterns of trade, the Turkey trade increased from 3 billion USD to 35 billion USD in the last 2 decades. And this trade volume mostly is with the North African country. If you look at the sub-Saharan Africa level, of course, Ethiopia is one of the top trading partners with Turkey. When it comes to Somalia, of course, when you compare with the other African country, it is really not close to the level of the trade volume with Turkey. But as you can see that the Turkey for the past 1 decade, I will present the key findings of the export and import patterns between Turkey and Somalia. But the recent engagement and renewed bilateral relations, of course, has yielded the economic partnership between the two countries. If you look at how the Turkey and Somali economic relations have unfolded, you can see that Turkey has hosted a number of key conferences for Somalia in Ankara and also in Istanbul. In 2012, Turkey hosted Somali conference in Istanbul, where international community, including Turkey, has promised to help Somalia build state institutions, forego economic development, and also security and political stability. In 2016, also Turkey has hosted the first Somali-Turkey Business Investment and Forum. And this initiative is in fact created synergies, economic synergies between Turkey and Somali people. And in 2016, there was an official agreement, number of key official agreements between Turkey and Somalia on economic relations. This included an agreement on trade and economic cooperation, where they focus more on areas of cooperation included trade and investment, energy sector, agricultural and fishery, education, and also health sectors. This agreement is in fact focused on how Turkey can help Somalia in developing those productive sectors and also other service sectors. The third agreement was 2016 June, where the two countries has also agreed on the issue of avoidance of double taxation. You know, Somalia has taken a federal system where there is no a comprehensive and also clear position of how the federal member states and federal government forego in fiscal federalism. So the Turkish and Somali agreed on this avoidance of double tax, particularly on income tax and also corporate tax. And the last but not least is the sector-based memorandum of understanding, where the two countries has engaged in those particular sectors such as agriculture. Turkey has agreed to help Somalia develop an agricultural sector where they can help and support in terms of technical aspect and also in terms of human capital development. The Turkey also agreed to support Somalia on the sector of taking advantage on the sector of fishery and aquaculture. This initiatives and agreements in fact has yielded the two Somali and Turkey people to engage trade. So why this study is so important is because of we know that international trade is one of the key or the central features for economic development. In this 21st century globalization, and the foreign diplomacy or diplomatic relationship is particularly focused on how countries engage in terms of trade and economic relationship and investment. So according to many literature that I look at, and the academic policy and also scholars, policymakers are looking at what are the interests of the Turkey to Somalia when it comes to trade and also other strategic interests. There is no single study, in fact, that look at how and what are the contributing factors to trade relationship between Somalia and Turkey. So this is where I can come in and try to close the research gap of and what are the key contributing factors in the trade relation between Somalia and Turkey. The second research question that my study focus is what are also the challenges that are inhibiting trade relation between Somalia and Turkey. To achieve the objective of this study, I used a qualitative approach, interviewing with the key business and men and women, Somali business and women, to understand the contributing factors or determinant factors in the trade relation between the two countries. I interviewed 12 businessmen and women from Somalia and also other trade officials, especially I interviewed Ministry of Trade officials and also Ministry of Planning and Development officials to really understand what are the challenges and hampering the trade relation between Somalia and Turkey. As you can see, the patterns of trade between Turkey and Somalia in the past 1 decade, of course, the export from Turkey to Somalia has increased to 256 million, while the imports from Somalia increased to 6.7 million in 2019. If you see the cumulative trade volume between the two countries is 267.7 million in 2019. So you can see that the trade between the two countries has astonishingly increased from 337 million in 2011 to 267.7 million in 2019. So to understand what are the challenge, what are the contributing factors, what are why the trade is increasing, what are the factors that helping the traders in Somalia to engage a business with Somalia, with Turkey. So you can see that there is an increase. If you also look at the comparison with the other trading partners with Somalia, Turkey is the third trading partners with Somalia. For instance, if you look at the data, Turkey was the 4th position in 2017 and 2018, but in 2019, Turkey jumped from the 3rd place to 3rd place. So you can see there is an increasing pattern of trade between the two countries. So to understand the key contributing factors in trade relation between Somalia and Turkey, number of factors that the participants of this study highlighted is relative improvement of trade logistics. And many participants said that initially to export or to transport and products or goods from Turkey will take like 45 days. But nowadays, the trade logistics has improved as Somali businessmen launched a direct shipping line from Turkey to Somalia, transiting to Djibouti, and within 12 days to reach in Mogadishu. This has in fact facilitated trade to increase because of the time and the cost has improved. The second contributing factor was the Somali diaspora in Turkey. The past few years, the Somali people who are living here has increased, and the estimate shows that the Somali diaspora in Turkey is about 15,000. So this diaspora, Somali people, in fact, facilitating trade partnership between two countries. One of the participants mentioned that the Somali people is helping us. They are providing us for translation and services. They also trying to help us find what are the products and the services that's needed in Somalia. So this, in fact, helped them to facilitate trade and also export mechanisms between the two countries. The third important factor that the participants of this study highlighted was the Turkish investment in Somalia. If you look at the investment pattern, Turkey investment has been increasing for the past few years in the number of sectors, including the infrastructure development and investment in the productive sectors such as agriculture and livestock, and also managing one of the key logistical gateways in Somalia, the seaport and also the airport. This investment, in fact, has helped Somali businessmen and women to engage trade with Turkey. One of the participants said that the Turkey investment is facilitating trade because of the product from the Turkey is used, such as the construction sector and also infrastructure development. The last but not least is the goodwill between the two people from Somalia and also from Turkey. Somalia considers Turkey as a genuine brother. So this cultural affinity between the two countries, in fact, helping the trade relations between Somalia and Turkey. Somali people believe, especially those I interviewed, they believe Turkey as a genuine brother, a sincere brother, and they want to engage business with them because they feel like these people has helped and stood Somalia during the difficult times. If you look at the challenges that trade relation between Somalia and Turkey is facing, number of key challenges has been highlighted by the participants of this study, and this includes the poor standardization of Somali products. Somalia relatively produces a very small amount of products, and these products cannot meet the international standards. So they said the issue of standardization is a big challenge for them, it's a big impediment for them because they cannot produce a standardized products to Turkey. Another challenge that one of the participants highlighted was Somalia does not have the industrial base. They don't produce much of products, especially those products that has been exported from Somalia is based on primary agricultural products such as banana and also seasons. So this product is actually does not increase the trading and does not increase the trade because of the productivity of the country is very small. They don't have the capacity and the capability to produce something that can be transported or can be exported to Turkey and other international markets. The third challenge that the participants of this study mentioned was the weak infrastructure. People are stressing that the Somalia does not have the required infrastructure, especially roads and other infrastructural facility to engage trade and export products to Turkey. One of the key also impediment of trade relation between the two countries was a double trade tariffs. If you want to export something to Bosaso or other federal member states, they will in fact give extra taxation because in international trade and taxation, if you want to export something from Turkey to other federal member states or Bosaso, they said they still want to pay extra tax. So this, in fact, is stressing them because they believe that they cannot pay a double tax for their own trade and initiatives. The other challenges they mentioned was inadequate of logistical shipping line. Despite there is an improvement of logistical lines between Somalia and Turkey, they still believe that the logistics is a big challenge for them. And the final one is lack of financial services. We know that Somalia does not have international banks who can actually comply with the international financial institutions. There is no corresponding banking relation between Somalia and Turkey. So this is where the money business and Somali business say that they cannot transfer money from Somalia to Turkey because the Turkish, the banks does not have a connection and also a corresponding banking relationship with the Somali banks. The other financial aspect of where people I interviewed mentioned was they are feeling lack of credit facility because they cannot have the investment required to export products from Somalia to Turkey. So they said lack of credit facility or financial services or financial support does not exist in Somalia. So this is also one of the factors that hampering the trade relation between Somalia and Turkey. This study, I will propose a menu of policy considerations. One of is Somalia should promote a productive sectors of the country and develop industries so that they can produce products that can be exported to Turkey and other international partners. Second, the preferential trade agreement should be completed because now the government of Somalia and Turkey are negotiating the preferential trade agreement. So this should be completed so that it can facilitate trade relationship between Somalia and Turkey. The other policy consideration I'm proposing is reforming Somalia's economic policy and financial regulations. There is a lot of regulation issues in Somalia, including financial regulation and institutions where the Somali banking associations and banking institutions should be subjected to international regulations such as anti-money laundering mechanisms, counter-terrorism financing, all this kind of economic initiatives. The next policy consideration that both countries should initiate establishing institutions that are key to trade facilitations, especially developing a standardized institution that can actually help Somali businessmen to meet the standards required in the trade between the two countries. And the last one is capitalizing or also taking advantage the relationship between the people from Somalia and the people in Turkey to forego strong and bilateral relations in the future. Thank you so much.
Doktor Ali teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for this beautiful presentation. But unfortunately, as we can see that even though the trade relations between Turkey and Somalia is not at the desired level, it is improving. When we take a look at the challenges and opportunities Dr. Ali presented, we can overcome them, and actually very easily. They are not impossible to solve. We are talking about a trade volume of $262 million. So the products from Somalia to Turkey should be further increased. When the Somalia increases its own infrastructure, I think we can easily reach the balance in increasing the already good relations. I think Somalia will be able to do that in a short amount of time. I hope in the future we will be able to talk about not $1 million, but $1 billion. Now I'd like to move to the second speaker, Mr. Najib Nazır from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. You may have the floor, sir. Thank you very much. I'd like to extend my respectful greetings to everyone. I'm thankful to Africa Foundation and Heritage Institute for this beautiful symposium on behalf of my ministry and myself. We are talking about the economic side. I will be focusing on agricultural side, so agriculture and fisheries. Just like mentioned by the distinguished president, if we are talking about the relations of two countries, development, we should have a relations where two countries prosper, become more valuable, and increase the value of their own sectors. We need reciprocal improvement and development. We should talk about such progress. When we are talking about rural development, sustainable development, these concepts are widely discussed and supported. You can hear these concepts everywhere. The UN have certain activities regarding that. They have their own goals. They used to call them Millennium Goals, and then they turned it into Sustainable Development Goals. But when it comes to rural development, when we take a look at the world, there is not a single definition of rural development. It depends on every country's own conditions, economy, and dynamics. Every country should develop their own rural dynamics, and the definition of rural area should be defined too. When we take a look at the definition of the rural area, there are two concepts that come into foreground in the world. One of them is population. So per capita, number of people per kilometers. When we take a look at that, Somalia has a rural population by 70%. When we take a look at economic development, it's almost 100%. It's in the rural area in that sense of definition. So economic activities and all the activities within the concept of the rural development, maybe we should say that we are talking about the whole country when we speak of rural development. I also would like to emphasize one more thing. When we are talking about definition of rural development, we should always talk about, we always think about grants, incentives, agriculture, but when you take a look at beyond that, it's not just about agriculture or economy, it's also about health, infrastructure, transportation, and education. This structure involves them to be developed as well. That's what we call rural development. When we analyze the rural development aspect, we should never forget that, because we are not just talking about economy. When we talk about economy, there's also social life, education, transportation. When you don't think about or talk about them, and also there's security, which is very important, it's not going to be development. It's just economic improvement if we forget them. I also would like to underline one more issue, and then I'll talk about the data I have. As of the end of 2019, as you know, we have been going through the pandemic that has emerged from Wuhan at the end of 2019 in China. In the post-pandemic world, there are two concepts that are very important, which are also playing a dominant role in agriculture and rural development. One of them is food priority. So, food nationality. Some countries are not thinking about anyone else. They have left the principles. They have infringed the rules of UN and many other countries. They have prioritized their own populations, and it has formed a new level of food nationalism, and that's what the world calls it. And Somalia has experienced this from time to time, and Turkey also experienced it. There is the climate crisis, drought, flood, and climate migration as a result. Now, we know that people will be migrating more due to climate in the future. There are such foresights, and both Turkey and Somalia will be affected by that in the future. When I have analyzed the data of Somalia, of course, I realized that certain data were reflected differently in different institutions. The trade data can be recorded healthily most of the time. When we take a look at the arable land, it is 1.6%. So, actually, Somalia only has agriculture on 1.6% of the area where it can have plantation. This is around 20% in Turkey. This data is very important. And when we take a look at Somalia, the 69% of the country is pastoral quality. So it has a great opportunity for keeping livestock. And when you take a look at the history of the country, when you take a look at the 60s, 70s, and 80s, you see that during the period of pilgrimage Hajj, they covered the needs of ovine animals, mostly by Somalia. Why is it not the case now? I'll be sharing some data and what can be done about that. I want to discuss that with you. When you take a look at the world, there is an OIE, Organization of International Animal Keeping. When you take a look at all the developing and developed countries, be it bovines, ovines, and poultry, they are always, all the commerce is done according to the rules of this organization. There are principles, and this organization makes classifications about countries. They say this country is free of animal diseases. This country is struggling with diseases, or the situation is bleak. So when a country wants to be involved in a trade relations with a country, they just check this classification, and if there is no classification of the country is free of animal diseases, they don't go into commercial activities. But when we take a look at Turkey, we have purchased bovines as well as ovines, even though we haven't done it recently. And Somalia has always said that we have a high potential of ovines, especially, but why don't you import this? And we have given the same answer. According to OIA, according to that, Somalia is accepted as has a status of not clear. So if Somalia can have this status of free from disease, the relations will be increased so much. Countries such as Turkey and European Union members ask for this status when doing importation on high levels. This is something that I would like you to know. In 2017, there was the meeting of ministers of agriculture with Turkey and African ministers of agriculture from the African continent. And there was great level of participation. For example, the Prime Minister of Somalia and many other countries. And there were certain agreements that were signed. And Turkey has signed 4 major agreements with Somalia from 2016 until 2018. One of them is about fisheries, one of them is about marine affairs, one of them is about animal health. So when you take a look at these reciprocal agreements, there might be an opportunity for a special and specific agreement for rural development in the future. But all the other agreements about agriculture, fisheries, marine affairs, they are in place. They have been ratified by the parliaments, because sometimes that's an issue, but we don't have an issue. There's the agriculture, fisheries, animal health agreements. They are all ratified by both parliaments. When we take a look at the economy of Somalia, I'd like to give you some figures. And in that sense, what kind of a connection can be developed with Turkey? I'd like to elaborate on that. And we take a look at the exportation of Somalia. In 2019, it was $420 million. When you take a look at the agricultural exportation, it's around $220 million. So more than 50% of the exportation of Somalia is related to agricultural products. This is the dominant sector in Somalia. Let's take a look at the imports. I have the data of 2020, but I'm not going to talk about that because this data is very low, and of course this is due to pandemic conditions. The data of 2020 is very low in all countries, so to have a healthier analysis, let's focus on 2019 data. There is an official importation of $3.89 billion, and $1.9 billion is related to agriculture. When we take a look at the top 5 countries, Saudi Arabia, Japan, Bulgaria, China, and Egypt, and Turkey is the 6th rank, where Somalia has exportation to. When we take a look at the top 5 countries, India, Ethiopia, Turkey is at the 3rd level, Malaysia, and Brazil. Let's take a look at the 5 top products Somalia exports. This actually shows the potential. We should talk about these products. Raisin products, live camels, sesame. I'd like to emphasize sesame because Turkey is one of the top countries of purchasing sesame. We depend on importation. And Somalia is one of the sesame capitals of the world. It is a center for sesame. The 2 other products are live goats and live sheep. There is a great level of potential there too. Top 5 agricultural products are vegetables, sugar and sugar-related products, rice, palm oil, and pasta. And they buy it mostly from Turkey. Let's take a look at the trade relations as of 2020. We have a total exportation of $220 million, and $150 million is agricultural products. Let's take a look at the export from Somalia to Turkey. We see $4.9 million and $4.8 million is about agricultural products. The top 5 products that go from Turkey to Somalia is yeast, pasta, flour, sunflower seed oil. What we import are sesame and raisin products, and the others are very little. All of these figures should have a meaning. Let's talk about that meaning. First of all, when you assess Somalia, you see that this country has 69% of pastoral land. There is an unbelievable potential of animal keeping, livestock keeping. This potential should be utilized, and the most important thing to make use of this potential, the biggest criteria is whether this country has a culture of animal keeping and livestock keeping. And Somalia has this culture that goes way back in its history. So, Somalia's rural development should consider this livestock keeping because it has a very great opportunity. And also, their relations are also very important. If Somalia receives a support from IFAD, from World Bank, from FAO, they should use these supports for these reasons, because that would be very valuable for its economy. When we take a look at the 2 countries' structures that have the aim of further improving economic relations, These are structures that are shaped by agreements signed by governmental offices. One of them is Agriculture Steering Committee. I'm talking about 4 different agreements. This structures, organizations have been established thanks to that. So 2 countries hold a meeting once a year where the representatives of the ministries of agriculture come together to talk about opportunities to improve relations in that sense. It was gathered online in 2020. Hopefully, we will hold it again this year. We want this meeting to be more interactive, and 2 sides should show more attention to that. And there is a fisheries steering committee. I didn't talk about fisheries so far. The easiest product to export is fisheries, fish products. Why? Because the international standards are more flexible according to other products. Because livestock keeping has lots of rules. The vegetation plantation issues, there are lots of SPS rules. There are many analyses that should be done. But when it comes to fishery, it's relatively easy. You can get results more quickly, and you can have easier time in being involved in the trade and commercial activities. When you take a look at the portfolio of the country, there's also a great level of opportunity here. And when you take a look at the relations between Somalia and Turkey, Turkey is exporting fish to the world, and the annual importation Turkey exports fish to other countries on the level of $1 billion. So it's not possible for Turkey to buy fish from Somalia, but Turkey, there are many countries that are involved in managing and guiding the fisheries. For example, Mauritania. There are many Turkish fishermen involved in Balkans, Serbia, in Canada, Bosnia-Herzegovina. The Turkish experts of fisheries have a guiding role in all the world in that sense. And we also have a reciprocal relationship and agreement signed on that. And every year there should be a meeting that should convene on fisheries. But that meeting has not taken place so far. So in that sense, 2 parties should come together to foster relations in that sense too. And also, we have the Mixed Economic Council. We have these meetings every year. We also hold these meetings regularly with Somalia. One of the most important opportunities with Somalia is the international fairs as well as national fairs. For example, there is the Agora Expo in 2019. We have invited Somalia as a special guest. They came. We have signed certain agreements. In Izmir, Antalya, these kind of meetings are held, and it's very important to have representation from Somalia. One of the most important thing is also water. The issue of water is of utmost importance. The land that can be irrigated is very high, even though in different periods there is devastating drought in Somalia. Drilling can be made, and underground irrigation systems can be established. And actually, Turkey has been involved in these activities too. So there's a great opportunity and potential there too, I believe. How much time do we have? Okay, I'll ask for 1 more minute. So briefly speaking, distinguished guests, there are great opportunities in certain products. Maybe I'll talk about one more thing. Banana, mango. These 2 products are very valuable. We also import banana, but we have certain international agreements made with Latin American countries, Southern American countries. That's why we do this importation from them. But in mango, we can cooperate. We can act together. There's a great level of potential because Turkey is increasing its mango consumption, but our production is almost zero. So the consumption is increasing. So citizens are asking for mangoes from the market. So I think we can cooperate on that. What we need is to have the private sector to have some area. We need to provide incentives to private sector because public offices cannot do everything on their own. If the security conditions are met, I think a great deal of success can be achieved. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Mr. Recep for this presentation. So we have a conclusion actually. Somalia has fishery, agriculture, and rural development. This is an richness in the country. So this richness should be used, should be functionalized. For all these agriculture products, there should also be the import and export. And this will also be possible in the future. And I'm sure that Somalia will be very successful in terms of the import of these agricultural products. And in addition, we also purchase susami from Somalia. Whenever I eat simit, because we eat simit a lot in Turkey, I'm going to remember Somalia. So, our final speaker, Can Aygül.
Participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Before starting, first I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to Africa Foundation and Heritage Institution for their organizing this important symposium and their executives. I am also very glad to be here and share my ideas along with the findings of my research paper. As the last speaker of this session, I will try to touch upon an important element of economic relations among these two countries, that is diaspora. As you see in the program, my research topic focuses on the role of Somali business diaspora in Turkey and their impact on trade relations. In the research, I try to understand the role of Somali business diaspora, if there is, on the trade formation and trade promotion between Turkey and Somalia. My research also tries to present a profile of Somali business diaspora in Turkey. It's mainly a field study, consolidating its findings with interviews as the primary source. I have also tested and benefited from the explanatory power of social network theory concerning perpetuation of Somali business diaspora in Turkey. Lastly, I tried to set forth the challenges and opportunities of this diaspora. Therefore, the questions regarding the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on business diaspora and the satisfaction level of them towards public services in Turkey have been formulated and asked to the participants. The main hypothesis of this research asserts that since 2011, the increase in the number of Somalis and their permanence in Turkey caused the emergence of a Somali business diaspora. Moreover, day by day, this special business diaspora is growing and has an important potential, not only in trade between Somalia and Turkey, but also it could be influential by using its powerful business network on global scale in the diversification of Turkey's trade with other countries. In this framework, first, I would like to mention what social capital theory or social network theory says in terms of explaining the perpetuation of migration. In order to understand this theory, the concept of social capital should be explained. This concept was initially defined as the aggregate of the actual or potential resources which are linked to the possession of a durable network of more or less institutionalized relationships of mutual contact or recognition. Regarding the migration literature, social capital of migrant is generally understood as any information or direct assistance to migrants provided by former migrants that have effects on the decreasing the cost of moving. People who would like to migrate can access these resources through migrant networks, in which a set of interpersonal ties between these migrants based on kinship, friendship, or shared origin community. Now we can move on our case, Somali business diaspora in Turkey. Today, according to official statistics, the number of Somalis living in Turkey is about 7,000. However, I think that real figures are more than official ones. If we have taken into consideration of arriving and departing numbers of Somalis in 1 year period. One of the highlights of my previous field research on Somalis shows that diaspora has a high mobility. Particularly, some of those residing in Turkey have the citizenships of European countries or United States of America, and they are traveling frequently. At the same time, they are not counted as Somali citizens in Turkey's official statistics because they use their EU or US passports in their official transactions. What about Somali business diaspora? Is there actually a Somali business diaspora in Turkey? I would like to answer to this question with some figures. According to data presented by Chambers of Commerce, the number of companies owned by Somalis in Istanbul is 116. And in Ankara, this number is 68. The total number of companies run by diaspora is now more than 200 in Turkey. When you compare these numbers with the total population of Somalis, it's obvious that the entrepreneurship aspect of the diaspora is very high, and an important catalyst that enhances this is the existence of strong communication channels among them. In this regard, as an institutional platform, the Somali Chamber of Commerce, located in Ankara, plays an important role for Somali business diaspora. When we back to the research, initially I have to say that I have just completed the raw data and analyzed it in a very short time. Actually, I have expected to reach much more Somali businessmen in the process of collecting data and information. By now, I have interviewed 11 businessmen, 7 from Ankara and 4 from Istanbul. I have the desire to enlarge the study by communicating other members of business diaspora and compare my findings with the next study, inshallah. As I stated earlier, social capital theory well explains the increase in the number of Somali businessmen. I also confirmed this situation with the answers coming from all participants. They said that the rise of the number of Somalis in Turkey affected us, Somali businessmen, to consider setting up our business in Turkey. Also, 70% of the participants state that they were recommended by their network to start business in Turkey. When we look at the figures, especially after 2014, parallel with the increase in the number of Somalis, the number of companies, firms have also increased. Given the data given to the trade figures between Turkey and Somalia, trade volume was only 6 million USD in 2010, the year 2010, and consistently it increased, and in recent years it was 280 million US dollars. The total value of Turkish investments in Somalia has reached 100 million US dollars. So it's increasing constantly. In this framework, I would like to share certain findings of my research. The average age of business diaspora is 37. The average time spent in Turkey is 9 years. About 60% of the business diaspora resided in another European country before coming to Turkey. A company has permission to operate in 3 or 4 or more sectors. For this reason, it's very difficult to identify the main fields of activity of a diaspora company. The leading sectors include food, tourism, textile, health, and energy. The average investment in 2020 is about $170,000. Another point expressed in the interviews is that a small part of Turkey's exports to Somalia is being practiced through diaspora companies. Approximately the half of the companies export to Somalia between $25,000 and $50,000 in 2020. 20% of the total participants answered that they have exported to Somalia in 2020 more than $50,000. The average number is, I think, very important. The average number of workers, employees they employ is 17. Nearly 70 of diaspora companies have been established with more than one partnership. About 80% of their employees are of Somali descent, Somali origin. Apart from the motherland of Somalia, investments are also made in countries such as Germany, France, and Great Britain. I also asked participants that to what extent are you satisfied with the public services in Turkey? 6 of 11 answered this question, they are satisfied. And 5 of 11 answered that they are very satisfied. The participants also state that Somali graduates from Turkey are playing a facilitating role in business and trade relations among Turkey and Somalia, business circles, as well as in flowing bureaucratic processes, because they can speak in Turkish and they know Turkey very well. I also got their views on the challenges the Somali business diaspora experienced when they setting up their business. Their first answer is about work permits and long bureaucratic processes. Another challenge they faced is language differences. The lack of financial opportunities, supports, or subsidies is coming in the third rank. Considering the other important factors affecting the establishment of a business in Turkey, from the most important to the less one, the first, geographical location or proximity. The second one is about religion and culture. And the third, good relations between Somalia and Turkey. In the research, we also try to understand the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on business diaspora in Turkey. 30% of all participants state that COVID-19 has implications on job losses in their sectors. Participants working in energy sector stated their economic situation increased by 25%. In other sectors, they mentioned that their economic situation dropped almost 25%. Dear participants, I tried to present a summary of the findings of my research. Although the Somali business diaspora in Turkey has a history of only 10 years, it has obviously integrated into business in Turkey in a very short time. Therefore, it should be considered that the business diaspora in Turkey would gradually increase its trade capacity, both in Turkey and internationally, through its entrepreneurial spirit, social capital, and global diaspora networks. At the end of the day, I think that Somali business diaspora not only can play a pivotal role in the participation and enhance competitiveness in the global economy for firms in Somalia, but also they can promote trade relations of Turkey with the third countries thanks to its global and powerful business network. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Aygül, for this presentation and your research. Of course, we have listened to the research, and this is a very significant benefit for us, because we have listened and we have learned some of the data that we have not known before. So we have understood the importance, and for the continuity of all such works, these are very valuable. In Turkey, the number you have mentioned that 7,000 for the population of the Somalians. Maybe it is obvious that non-official figures will be higher. And even this figure can reveal the development of humanitarian, commercial, and economical relations. We have our brothers, sisters, and they established the enterprises, business, companies in Turkey. This is not only a benefit for the Turkey's economy. This is not only a benefit for the employment in Turkey. This is also a great contribution for the Somalia economy. And also our brothers learn, and then they share all these learned things with their brothers in Somalia. So even if these enterprises are established in Turkey, the development of both countries will increase with all these business entrepreneurs. Of course, we're talking about prosperity, stability for the society, and we try to establish we're talking about the establishment of the safe, secure state. So we had 3 different sessions, and we have realized that these are all discussions, these are all main topics related to the future of the country. So establishing the prosperity, peace, and building the state. Of course, this is not very easy, because we have the issue as terrorism, and then creating that economy. Actually, this is also very difficult as combating with the terrorism. And then there should be fairness, and there should be a sharing platform. This is also very important for the country. Otherwise, we all know that some of the issues can be very difficult. And before the lunch break, we have listened to the future studies. This is very nice for Somalia. So the country is thinking about the plans for 2050. So this is very significant. They try to make the plans for 2050, and there are some issues to be considered. Today, there could be some problems for the country, but these will be overcome, and a social economy will be established. So all the estimations should be much more tangible. And for all the states and in the entire country, there will be the rural development. And we know that there is a great infrastructure in Somalia for husbandry, livestock, fishery, agriculture, and in the future, this current available production, there are going to be industrial products in the future, and they are going to be disseminated globally. So in the future, we are going to see that the natural resources, and also maybe for oil, there will be an oil drilling. So everything will go to a different dimension. So there will be the planning for investments of 2050. And of course, there will be the establishment of peace, security, and I'm sure that everything will go very smoothly for Somalia. And as I have stated, the national sources should be used very well, and they should be distributed in a fair manner, and the capital should also be attracted in the country. Of course, this is not only related to the country, Somalia, and also there should also be the peace in this Horn of Africa, not only for Somalia, but there should be the security in the region. So this will also be one of the responsibilities of the country as well. Now, I would like to thank each and every one of our panelists. I would like to thank our participants. Thank you very much. So we would like to finalize this session. If there will be any comments, opinions, or questions, of course, we are going to receive them if you have any. There is a question, I think. Hello. I would like to ask a question to Recep Nazlı. Regarding the relations of Turkey and Somalia, economical and political, these relations are very good. Okay. With other African countries and Turkey, especially for sub-Saharan African countries, in order to have similar relations, what kind of things we are in need? Thank you very much for the question. Of course, I will answer your question related to my profession. As I have stated in my presentation, in 2017, Turkey's African Ministry of Agriculture, there was the business forum, and there were 54 countries, and 40 countries attended at ministerial level, and 3 countries attended at presidential level, and there was more than 2,500 businessmen. So we have the offices, TICA office, etc. So we all know them. But for the rural development, for the agricultural field, so this was the highest momentum for the country, because we have the Northern Africa countries. We have a very good historical relations, and when we go down for the sub-Saharan countries, we know that we can analyze one by one for each country. For example, yesterday, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy, was in Turkey, and Sierra Leone President was in Turkey, and 2 days ago, one of the African countries' prime minister was in Turkey. So we have a continuous and developing relationship. And if we can focus on the issue for today, when I examine the relationship in terms of rural development and social development, actually we need to fill our gaps, because there are some products which are produced there, and there are some products that are produced here. For this reason, we need to initiate the actions of the private sector a little bit more. Actually, our time is up. So this could be the final question. Okay, because we have run out of time, so we can give the floor for the final question to the lady.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to give a little comment on Rajab's presentation about the development, specifically about agriculture. In my research, people actually suggested that Turkey should mainly partner with Somali farmers and produce more fruits, because during the rainy seasons, the mangoes and also banana and other fruits, they get rotten because they are not an export from Somalia. So I just wanted to add that it's very important. And they also suggested small factories, because now they are using their own hands to produce juice and stuff like that. So I just wanted to add that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Distinguished guests, let me thank you once more. I believe we'll have a short break, and then we'll move on to the 4th session. Thank you.
Okay. Take away cup.
Also the other one, as you like.
Okay. Okay.
Evet. Sayın katılımcılar, ara vermeden 4. oturuma geçiyoruz. Türkiye-Somali ilişkileri, tarih, çıkar ve algılar.
Let's move on to the fourth session. Turkey-Somalia relations, history, interests, and perceptions. We have the moderator, Afyere Elmi. We have Seyum Merca from Salile University. We have Brandon J. Cannon from Khalifa University of Science and Technology. And Mehmet Özkan.
Hopefully this session will be a bit shorter, simply because the 3 papers are already here, and I'll pressure my colleagues to make it short. The panel is about Turkey-Somalia relations, history, interests, perceptions. Here we have 3 papers. The first one is written by Seyum Merca. Seyum is associate professor at the university in Salale University in Ethiopia. He is the author of the book Archaeological Survey of Islamic Shrines in Southwestern Ethiopia. He worked as a senior researcher and lecturer at different institutions, including Salale and Jigjiga universities. Second paper is written by Brandon Cannon. Dr. Cannon actually is also an associate professor at Khalifa University in United Arab Emirates. He has a PhD from the University of Utah, and he has worked in universities in Somaliland, Hargeisa, and in Nairobi. The third paper is written by Mehmet Özkan. Mehmet Özkan is also an associate doctor, and he is the executive director of the Ma'arif in the United States, Ma'arif Foundation in the USA. Dr. Özkan previously taught at Turkish National Police Academy. He's specialist in international relations. He has a research interests in this area as well. So we have those 3 papers. I'm going to give them 10 to 15 minutes max. I wanted to say that Dr. Abdi Hersi will present the paper authored by Dr. Brandon Cannon. So that is the plan. So I'm going to start with Dr. Seyum. Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Africa Foundation and Airtel Institute to organize such a fruitful conference to share our experience and knowledge on Turkey-Somali relation. As already introduced by the moderator, my topic is revisiting history of Turkey-Somali relations and assessing the motives behind the current Turkish multifaceted aid in Somalia. Let me begin with introducing the relation between the 2 countries. In fact, the relation between Turkey and Somalia is one of the oldest relationships in the world. So it traces back to 16th century during the medieval period, at the time when the Ottoman Turkish Empire reached the highest, the zenith, the climax stage. So since that period, Turkey and Somalia have had a long age of historical relationship. In a general term, I can categorize this long-term relation into three stages of development. Turkey-Somalia relationships has three phases. The first one started from 16th century up to the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in 1922. Again, starting from the establishment of modern Turkish Empire in 1923 until the eruption of civil war in Somalia in 1991. And the latest, or the third relation, re-emerged in 2011 up to the present one. So these are the three phases in terms of different major turning points, which used as a point of reference to classify the phase of Turkey-Somali relationship. So historically, different sultanates and empires which emerged in Somalia, like Ajwans and other sultanates, had strong commercial, cultural, and military ties with Ottoman Turkey until 1922, or until the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. So, as I've said earlier, the modern Turkey-Somali relations began in 1976, when Somalia opened its embassy in Ankara in 1976, and Turkey also opened their first diplomatic mission in Mogadishu in 1979. So this was the first modern relationship between the two countries. However, this modern relationship was interrupted because of the emergence of civil war in Somalia in 1991, and there was a gap between the two countries' relations until the visit of the then Prime Minister Erdogan. So I don't want to repeat, because this turning point, the visit of the then Prime Minister, was repeatedly presented by different individuals previously. So actually, the visit of Erdogan was a turning point in the history of the two countries' relations, and since then, the Republic of Turkey began to actively engage in the affairs of Somalia by giving multifaceted aid. So, international community and different scholars began to ask, what is the true intention of Turkey in Somalia? So, I want to examine these true motives of the Republic of Turkey in light of the two countries' relation. Therefore, that's the objective of my paper, and I used methodologically descriptive research method, and in the selection of sources, different published and unpublished sources, I used the usually recommended technique known as CRAP, which means currency or up-to-date relevance, authority of the publisher, accuracy of the material itself, and the purpose of the published material. So using this criteria, I used to select different materials which I used in the paper. So I also relied on past-present comparisons. I pointed out some indicators in Turkey-Somali relationship history and used that as a reference to examine the true motive of the Republic of Turkey in its current activities in Somalia. Therefore, let me proceed to the result of the study. So I pointed out four motives. In this study, Turkey have four motives for its multifaceted aid in Somalia since particularly 2011. So out of these four motives, three of them are historically entrenched or deeply rooted in the history of the two countries' relation. So let me present that motives one by one. One is economic and strategic motives. So as history tells us, Turkey had strong economic and strategic interest in Somalia and the adjacent ocean since 16th century. Well, I say this because the Ottoman Turkish Empire had a nucleus and center in the modern Republic of Turkey. Therefore, there is a rejuvenation of that economic and strategic interest of Turkey in Somalia and the adjacent Indian Ocean. So there are some indicators which I observed in historical documents like Duarte Barbosa. This guy was a Portuguese guy who lived in 16th century, and he extensively documented about the activities of Ottoman Turkey in Indian Ocean and Somalia. So I use that as one document, and the other one is Futa al-Basha. Futa al-Basha is also another historical document by the Arab writers. So I use also other secondary sources, articles and others to identify these historical indicators of Turkey's interest. Therefore, these indicators includes the Ottoman-Portuguese conflict over the control of important trade routes in the Indian Ocean between 1538 to 1559. So this war was basically made to control important trade routes as the Indian Ocean. Again, the Ottoman conquest of Habash to control coastal trade of the Red Sea, and which means the present-day northern Ethiopia and Eritrea was also captured by the Ottoman Turkish Empire. And there was also a strong commercial relationship between Ottoman Turkey and different sultanates of Somalia, such as Ajuran and Adal sultanates. Again, the military assistance of Ottoman Turkish, which is provided to the Ajuran and Adal sultanates of Somalia in 16th and 17th centuries, are also historical indicators for its economic and strategic interest during the medieval period. Similarly, the current multifaceted aid of the Republic of Turkey in Somalia is partly motivated by this economic and strategic interests. There are some indicators in the contemporary activities and deep engagement of the Republic of Turkey in Somalia, and let me show you these indicators. One, Somalia has become one of the destinations for Turkish goods and service. I think in his article, Brendan Condon, the guy who is going to present another article, said Turkey became a McDonald's of Somalia. He said in his article, Deconstructing Turkey's Effort in Somalia, he said this, I'm quoting word by word. So this means Somalia become one of important and major destination of Turkey's goods services. And the other important indicator of Turkey's economic interest in Somalia is observed as the operation of Mogadishu's international Aden Abdullah Airport is still under Turkish-based company known as Favori. Favori is operating Turkish, Aden Abdullah's international airport since 15 September 2013 still. And so the other Turkish-based company is Al-Bayrak. Al-Bayrak is also operating in the Mogadishu seaport and recently given 40 years grant in October 2020. So this indicated that Turkey has economic interest in Somalia. Again, the military assistance of Turkey to Somalia on the base of Turkey-Somalia Training Pact, which signed in 2010, is the operation of Turkey's Navy force off the coast of Somalia since 2009 by the name of Anti-Robbery Operation, Sea Pirates Operation, Anti-Sea Pirate Operation, the establishment of Turkey's military base in Somalia known as Turkey-Som. And therefore, this indicator shows strategic and economic interest of Turkey. The other one is religious solidarity, which became a driving force for Turkey's engagement in Somalia. There are some historical indicators as accessed from different materials. Ottoman Turkish Empire supported the medieval sultanate, and the grouping of these medieval periods war between Ethiopia, then Abyssinia, Christian country, and the Portuguese were allied together, and Somali, predominantly the Muslim country, and Turkey were also grouped into another categories, and the war was the parties who were involved in the war were organized based on religious similarities, partly. So this shows that historically there was religious solidarity between Turkey and Somalia. Therefore, in the modern day, Turkey is playing important role in Islamic religious activities in Somalia. In the International Crisis Group reported that government agencies of Turkey, such as Diyanet, distribute copies of Quran and send 40 imams and 20 teachers to Turkey for training and seminars in 2011 alone. This shows that Turkey is playing important role in religious activities of Somali. The third is globalizing Turkey's identity. So this is a little bit, it seems, neo-Ottomanism as described by some scholars who want to demonize Turkey's positive effect of Turkey in Somalia, and they say neo-Ottoman imperialism. Actually argued against them, and I will present my stand later. So globalizing Turkey's identity or restoring Turkey's power is another. Somalia became one of the interface of this, bringing Turkey into the global stage and changing, until the coming to power of AK party, starting from the establishment of modern Turkey Republic, Turkey was focusing on the domestic affairs, what the scholars call Kemalist traditional foreign policy. So changing that identity into more globalized way is one of driving force for Turkey's engagement in Somalia. So humanitarian obligation, which with new feature as the Turkey's aid in Somalia is focused on giving lasting solutions rather than focusing on temporary relief. Again, it directly assesses to subject of the aid in Somalia. Therefore, humanitarian diplomacy is also another motive for Turkey's multifaceted aid in Somalia. So let me say something about the comparison of my result or my stand on others' result. How scholars portray Turkey's aid in Somalia. Some say that I pinpointed three important things. One, some scholars consider Turkey's multifaceted aid in Somalia as new development, as if not built up on common heritage and shared history. So I argued against this point. The second idea or view on Turkey's aid in Somalia is as neo-Ottoman imperialism. Example, scholar North Danford in 2016, his article entitled Turkey's New Maps Are Reclaiming the Ottoman Empire. He described this multifaceted aid of Turkey to Somalia as neo-Ottoman imperialism. So no imperialist future is observed in this growing relation between Turkey and the rest of African countries too. The third is one-sided, as if Turkey's multifaceted aid to Somalia is established as something charity, as if not established based on mutual benefits. So I also argued against this view. For instance, Akpiner considered Turkey's peace building in Somalia as a limit of humanitarian diplomacy. In this article, he said that Turkey's relationship with Somalia is totally one-sided. It's one-sided. So in conclusion, the current aid of Turkey-Somali is driven by a combination of both historical and new development. So both history and new modern political development are playing important role as motives behind Turkey's multifaceted aid in Somalia, which means it's built up on shared history and common heritage between the people of Turkey and Somali. And second point is that the current Turkish engagement is also built up on the principle of mutual utilization or mutual benefit of the two states instead of being one-sided. I do have a couple of recommendations here. I have to focus on some important points. So shared history and common heritage of Turkey and Somalia should be further utilized to strengthen the relation between the two friendly states. And again, publicity work should be done by both countries in order to publicly portray the relation between or the activities of the Republic of Turkey is not something which portrayed as imperialism. The other thing is that using common religious value as additional impetus, additional forces to further strengthen Turkey-Somali relationship. And finally, I also recommend the exemplary humanitarian assistance of Turkey in Somalia with orientation of providing lasting solutions should be used in another African countries where Turkey has similar engagements. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siyum. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Mohammed Oskan. He's presenting from afar. I think he's in the United States. Salam, Doctor. Welcome. Doctor, we cannot hear you. I think you are in a mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You have 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank for this polite invitation to Africa Foundation. So once again, I would like to congratulate you because this is a very significant issue to discuss. Of course, there are different presentations. Some of them I had the opportunity to follow. First of all, why, for example, 10 years ago, what happened? I would like to discuss these issues, and during this 10 years, what happened, and then what will happen in the future. I would like to pay attention to some of the issues. First of all, why Turkey visited Somalia? This is a very important question, and we know that there are different answers. Drought, famine, etc. This was related to humanitarian dimension. This is very important. It has a very humanitarian dimension. On the other hand, Turkish policy, and there was the ruling party, AK Party, and then, of course, Turkey started to re-establish the global economical field. So, with all these issues, humanitarian issue, etc., there was the initiative for Somalia. Of course, there are social relations, religion, etc. They have also the impact. This was a very significant event, I remember, because there was some difficult time for the flight as well. Then the Somalian policy of Turkey was developed in a very rapid manner. As I have stated all the time, the foreign policy was the African policy for Turkey. This was very successful, and there was a very rapid development. Similarly, the relations with Somalia had significant development, and there was a rapid increase. What happened in this 10 years? Of course, I don't want to go into the details. There are different issues. There are the schools, military relations. There are too many issues to discuss. Of course, we're talking about the cooperation at the institutional level. We had held very different meetings. And with this issue, there was a very strong actor. This was confirmed that Somalia was a very important and strong actor. So there was a kind of developmental contribution. Then military, political, and security, these were also discussed. And there are two different actors, economical, developmental, India, Brazil, etc. On the other hand, we had the security and politician. So there are two different categories for Turkey. And then there was the I would like to emphasize that there was a great benefit from this relation as well, because Turkey had an increase in terms of the prestige in Africa, in addition to the economical dimension, because in the Western countries, of course, there were different negotiations, but after the visit of Somalia, Turkey became a part of these relations in Africa. This was a great acquisition for the country. As we have listened to the previous presentations, we know that there was the humanitarian aid, but I wrote a book related to the relations with Somalia. And, this was like an experience of the country as founding a state. This statement is maybe not so appropriate, but when you provide assistance for a country, then you try to find solutions. You try to embrace the problems of that country. So instead of proceeding with the internal policies, Turkey's support was on the side of for the country to find their own solutions. And of course, modeling should also be made, and theoretical practical outputs will be discussed in the future. And there were some internal interviews, etc., for the relations, and these are all great contributions. And one of the fundamental issues is in 2010, I remember that Somalia had the confidence and there was a global network. Turkish Airlines started the air transportation, and then Somalia once again believed themselves to find their own solutions for the problems. This self-confidence was gained once again for the country because Somalia was also responsible for the problems themselves and they found their own solutions. We know that this is a very good model to find the solutions for the problems of Africa, because we all know that in 2010, there was a semi-central, and I know that in global politics, we know that they had more power in addition to different factors, because the political issues are moving towards Asia, and Africa will have some different proxies, different conflicts in the future with the transformation. And there could be some dissemination in Africa as well. And as you all know, there was the National Court for al-Bashiri, and this was a significant breakdown for the politics of the continent. In 2005, there were global actors and there was a great interest for Africa globally. And there were some external factors. So in Africa, if there is a leader, then this leader goes to Turkey, then goes to India to purchase a product. So there are bilateral relations. So there is also an improvement in terms of bilateral relations. And this is very significant globally and continentally. And we can also see this impact. Generally, for general geopolitics, of course, such health relations are very important, and I believe that there will be more improvement in the future. And finally, of course, Somalia had become an internal issue for Turkey in those days. We discussed the issues in Turkey, and this was like an internal issue of the country. For example, there were different committees coming together, coordination committees coming together and discussing the issues in those days. But now, of course, it is normalized, and there is the cooperation between these two countries. This is a very good example because this issue became an internal issue for another country. Sometimes the issue of Palestinians, for example, this could also be an internal issue, but this was the first time, and it's a very interesting experience for the country, and there was a great contribution for Turkey. For the future, we need to examine the next 10 years. Of course, there is an acceleration, there is a discovery for two parties. So it's time to expand these relations, cooperation, because we have the global geopolitics and we know that there is a kind of transition from Africa to Asia in some of the issues. Global economy will be developed in a couple of years. So there could be innovative, new, creative ideas for the future. And for the last 10 years, of course, there were great contributions from Turkey to the Somalia, but the main fundamental issue is to make them stable and permanent, or having the regional order. What I mean by regional order, there are two different blocks. One of them is Kenya, Ethiopia, the other one is Somalia, Sudan. So there is a balance between them. After September 11th, especially Western countries have the investments. So this balance maybe was changed, but in 1990s also there were some issues, and then the separation of Sudan. So these two axes were separated. Now there is another effort. So now there is an effort for establishing this regional order. With all these efforts, internal order will also be parallel to this regional order. Otherwise, of course, this will not be permanent. For the next 10 years, this will also be very significant. And at global scale, we know that there will be the wars of proxy, and if there will be a problem in the region, this should be a regional issue rather than a local one. We have experienced that in Libya, Venezuela, Yemen. So we can see everywhere. For this reason, if there is a problem locally, then all these conflicts should be resolved at regional level. Otherwise, these problems will be permanent and these problems will not be solved. For this reason, this order should be established in a healthy manner, and this is very important for the future of Somalia and Africa, and this plays a critical role. And I have also mentioned the changes in geopolitics. Of course, there is also a change for Turkey in terms of geopolitics. And I'm sure that these cooperations will improve in the future, and Turkey's network is expanded. For example, Syria issue was not as such, and now we have Afghanistan, etc. There are different issues coming to the forefront. For this reason, Turkey should address these issues in a wider area, and Somalians will be more active for all these problems, and Turkey will be much more supportive for these issues in the next 10 years. We have students from Somalia, we have academicians from Somalia in Turkey, and we discovered each other. So we are going to find much more creative solutions for the problems in the future. I believe that these relations will be a very good example for other countries, because there are some countries getting jealous of this relation, and they are questioning such good relation in terms of economy, etc. So we have this relation and we have some limitations, but I'm sure that we are going to increase the level in terms of the trade relations. This was first started with humanitarian aid, but then it became a sincere partnership, collaboration in the future. And if we would like to have it in a sustainable manner, we need to focus on social, commercial, and political relations. In the future, with such similar organizations, with institutional contributions, we are going to take this collaboration into a higher level. Now, This is also valid for all the relations between Turkey and Africa. Therefore, we are going to experience in the next 10 years, and we are going to have a healthier relation, and we are going to have tangible steps taken for future. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm going to be here for any kind of question.
Now I will call Dr. Hersi to present Dr. Kanan's paper.
Thank you very much, Professor Afiere. I know you're all tired. I am tired too, so I'll try to do it within the 10 minutes. And I hope that I will do justice for the paper and also Dr. Brendan. Dr. Brendan's paper is about reevaluating Turkey's role in Somalia, the view from Somaliland. Somaliland is a breakaway republic from Somalia. So he sets the scene on the first part of the paper. He talks about how Turkey now is a resident power in the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea region. He acknowledges that Turkey now has a political and economic heavyweight in this region, with trade topping 650 million. So he cited trade as Turkey's heavyweight status in the region, and also flights operating, Turkish airline flights operating now in the region. He also talks about why this relationship, and in that case, he actually says that humanitarian motive was the entry point for Turkey. But he says again, and follows that with, that economic motivation is superseded the humanitarian. He talks about how Turkey has actually built road infrastructure in the south of Somalia. He actually also talks about the same issue that we've all talked about today, which is why Mogadishu and not to the regional spaces. We've seen a lot of equity issues, whether it's gender equity or regional balance. In this case, we have a breakaway republic who's also bidding their share for that Turkish development. But he defends the focus on Mogadishu, and he says, like any other international partner, investment is always follows into the capital cities. He talks about the reason is why the breakaway, and we will not spend any time on that. You can all read that on your own, but makes a comparison between Somalia and Somaliland. He actually brides Somaliland as an entity that has prevented intercommunal fighting, an entity that have formed a republic headed by elected civilians. And he uses the turning point of 2011 when then the Turkish Prime Minister Erdogan visited Mogadishu. And he claims that at that particular time, Somaliland was a functioning entity 20 years before that time. So he justifies that Somaliland should actually be helped and to develop rather than the south of Somalia. He also discusses quite a bit on the uneven interactions between Somaliland and Somalia in Turkey's relationship with the Republic of Somalia. He mentions that Turkey has built modern and well-equipped hospitals, roads in the south of Somalia, and also has revived the two biggest income earners for Somalia, which is the Mogadishu seaport and the international airport. But then he concludes that with all this, Turkey is actually seen on a negative light because its presence in Somalia and political actions have undesirable effect on Somaliland's core national interest, which we all understand to be the secession and the breaking away from the Republic of Somalia. And then at this stage in the paper, he asks questions, and it's in these questions that he tries to answer in the paper. So the questions he asks are why Turkey fails to offer their country or their entity, Somaliland, at least a fraction of the aid and assistance on offer to Somalia, I mean Somalia in the south. Why has Somaliland been largely sidelined by Turkey? What are the short and long-term effects of that? This question is now answered in this paper, and he uses a method of structured interviews and observations using a snowballing effect, which is the key informants actually suggested the next person to be spoken to. So here are the findings from his paper. I'll just go through very quickly. So the findings of the paper are in two fronts. One is what are the positives of this, and the next one is what are the negatives. So on the positives, Turkey's image is positive because Somaliland received some scholarships, just like the south of Somalia. And also there is that medical tourism and medical care that a number of Somaliland people actually came here for medical treatment and all that. So these are barely the minimum positives mentioned here. He also highlights that Turkish investment in Somalia is actually overrated compared to that of Ethiopia. And he says even though Somalia makes the noise and the bigger noise, Turkish investment is much bigger in Ethiopia. He also talks about another positive, which is Turkey actually established a consulate in Hargeisa, Somalia. And he talks about how that consulate actually puts its flag without shying away from that, whereas the Ethiopians and the Djiboutians who also have consulates in Hargeisa are not very clearly apparent in their flags and all that. So they see that as positive. When people were asked about positive, whether the relationship with Somaliland is positive, neutral, or negative, people actually viewed that relationship with Somaliland as either neutral or negative, so there were no positives at all. When it comes to the negatives, there were too many, but let me just highlight a few of them. So Turkish actions have also resulted in condemnation as fears about Turkey's neo-Ottoman imperialism, and we've already heard on the previous paper that there is a perception that Turkey coming into the region now is some form of neoliberalism or neo-imperialism. So that view was coming from the findings of this paper. An example of those views were Dr. Muhammad Nasir Ali, and here they named the individuals that were interviewed in the research, who is the director of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Studies at the University of Hargeisa, says Turkey is seen as an actor that's not impartial when it comes to Somaliland issues. In Somalia, we see Turkey as an actor which is not neutral, but one that backs Mogadishu rulers. So these are the negative quotations from the research. Another one says the Turkey's idea of one Somalia, undivided, that policy is highly problematic for Somalilanders, with some viewing as being informed by Turkey's own domestic political problems. So what they did here is they linked Turkey's position on one Somalia, Turkey itself afraid of a separatist movement in Kurdistan, or the Kurds. So they linked the two together. And these are coming from also the answers people gave in the interviews. So they termed this as Turkish-Kurdish problem now, dictating and informing the policy decisions of the Turkish government when it comes to Somaliland. Another prominent Somaliland individual, Mr. Ali, also gave another comment. So he says Turkey links the issue of Somaliland independence from Somalia with Kurdish demands for autonomy in Turkey. So these were actually repetitively coming up in the interviews. Another negative came in the mediation of Turkey between Somalia and Somaliland. So the people that were interviewed here did not see Turkey as an honest broker between the two entities. So, and the examples they gave were a host of agreements were signed by Somaliland and Somali officials in both Istanbul and Ankara, related. So they emphasized here sharing of aid received from international community, controlling and monitoring joint airspace, cooperating in the security sector and intelligence sharing, and combating illegal fishing. They believe that all these issues were put aside and that they were actually pushed to accept that they negotiate with the South without any preconditions of these types. Another prominent Somaliland individual, Edna Adan Ismail, who was, she's the current presidential envoy for the Republic of Somaliland, but former foreign minister and founder of the Edna Adan Hospital, also weighed into the debate in answering questions during these interviews. And this is what she says. She says Turkey did not constitute real negotiator. Then there were no negotiations, there were no face-to-face discussions in Turkey. Rather than Turkish officials performed shuttle diplomacy between the delegations sitting in different rooms. Yet it was the aftermath of the negotiations in Turkey that distinctly annoyed Aden. So this is what the author said. So she was very angry about the role Turkey played in mediating between Somalia and Somaliland. Another prominent individual interviewed, speaking in a private capacity, Dr. Osman Sheikh Ahmed, economic advisor to the president of Somaliland, noted that Turkey should only be included in these mediations, along with other major powers in any future international negotiation efforts, such as those that occurred in Djibouti in June 2020. So according to Ali Osman, he says that we know where Turkey stands on the issue of Somaliland and Somalia, so we cannot trust them completely. He pointed out that negotiations, unless they involve the topic of mutual divorce or a new relationship agreement, they should be moot and completely stopped. So they always came into these mediations, according to what we are reading from the paper, on those preconditions. But the biggest negative on this paper was the military base, and I don't know, I think on previous presentations, there's now a debate whether we can call that a base or a training facility, but here in this paper they use a base. So Turkey's military base and training was the biggest negative according to those that were interviewed. So Turkey's military and security role in Mogadishu elicited the strongest language from Somalilanders. They see that the mission for the Somali National Army, with some units now trained to NATO standards, they said, and given with Turkish weaponry, is to provide the federal government of Somalia with a truly professional, cohesive and national force, including the country's Coast Guard and Navy. They see this as prosecuting a monopoly of force through the Somali territory. So they see that if this army becomes stronger, that would actually be a problem to them. They also see that Turkey's training of SNA troops may eventually have major implications for Somaliland's status as a political entity independent from Mogadishu. So they link their independence on the weakness or the strength of the Somali National Army, and they see that Turkish training might actually give them, take them to a position where they can actually take an adventure into bringing Somaliland back into Somalia by force. They also say that this means that the federal government of Somalia maintains a monopoly on the limited supply of UN-approved weapons shipped to the country. So there was one exception, because the number of people that they spoke to were very high profile in Somaliland. And among them was Ahmed Ismail Samatar, a professor of international studies at Macalester College in the United States. So he came with a more rational tone in answering the same questions under this particular question of the military. So according to Samatar, he says that there is potentially positive role Turkey's military training can take in Somalia's fight against Al-Shabaab. So he doesn't see it all negative. He sees that if this military can defeat Al-Shabaab, then that's a positive. So he was the most rational of all. And the last comment was from Edna Aden, who was the most fierce person interviewed here. And I'll just read the quote and end it there. So the quote of Edna says, "We Somaliland are the enemy that the Somali National Army is being trained for." So this is a very bold comment. We are to be defeated. We are the target, the supposed enemy. And when Somalia thinks it has the capability to launch an attack from Somalia, it will do so. As it did many times between 1982 and 1990, the real problem of Somalia seems to be that we Somalilanders forgot to die when the Somalia's army left us to die in 1988. Instead, we have recovered, and then she continued and all that. So with that, I end I think maybe I'll just read the last part of that quote, which is also very bold. "Our blood will be on the hands of those who armed the criminals and allowed this to happen." And this message is to the Turkish government. And I end my presentation there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've actually listened to the three presentations. Dr. Siyum has revisited the interests and motivations of Turkey from the early past to present. Also, Dr. Özkan talked about foreign policy, and he assessed Turkish foreign policy towards Somalia. And Brendan paper, also Dr. Brendan's paper, talks about Somaliland perspective of the relationship. So I come to you now if you have questions, comments, and we want actually to be very brief because all of us are very tired here. So we want to end it the sooner. Now it's with your hand, not me. Okay? So you just tell me who wants to ask questions. Are you all tired? Did I scare you away? Yeah, Dr. Mahat.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the presentation of the papers. Just for point of order and quick correction regarding the agreement here under my portfolio. The concession agreement is 5 years, not 40 years. But it's open for, I don't know where you have been cited or the references. It may be the old one, but the one of 20 October 2020 is 5 years concession for the port operator. Thank you very much.
MashaAllah, thank you so much for the correction. Yes, there is a question back there.
Yeah, I want to ask about the mainly during the symposium, you had mentioned about the historical relations between Turkey and Somalia, and Turkey have a presence in the region, but the other Arabian countries also there. I want to ask about what is their perception by Somalian people and Somalian government in manners of the historical ties and presence. Is it like Turkey or different than?
You mean how are other countries doing too?
I mean, for example, Qatari presence in Somalia, how they are perceived by Somalian people or Somalian government.
Okay, that's out of scope at the moment, but I will give to the presenters if they want to answer. Is there any other question before I pass the question to anyone else. Dr. Sum, you want to respond?
I didn't understand the question. Is that question raised for me?
No, it's just everybody.
What's the question? I didn't understand.
How are other countries like Qatar perceived by the Somali people?
Okay, I don't know. I can't answer this
Okay.
question because that's out.
Well, I live in Qatar, but I'm not a presenter, so go ahead, Dr. Mohammed. You want to say anything about it? Or you just consider this as an out of scope question? Dr. Mohammed, can you hear us?
No, I think you guys may respond that much better than myself. I mean, because you live in Qatar, perhaps you might say some words on that. I think that would be very good.
I'd like to just make clarification. I think her question is, how do Somalis look at Qatar in comparison with other regional actors, like Qatar, look at Turkey in comparison with the UAE and Qatar and other countries?
Oh, okay, okay. That's within scope. Okay.
Comparison.
Okay, okay. Dr. Mohammed, you got the question?
I did, but that's not my area. I mean, I'm not familiar with the discussion, so I leave the floor to you guys.
Okay, I'll give to Dr. Abdi.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think the question is very clear. You're asking how do the Somali people perceive or see Turkey in comparison with other countries, other actors in the region or in Somalia, like United Arab Emirates or Qatar. I can only tell you that the Turkish are very close to the hearts of Somalis, none other than any other a partner or an actor now. I don't know whether that will continue, but that's the case now. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, I want to thank presenters, Dr. Mohammed Oskan, Dr. Brandon Cannon, who authored the paper, and Dr. Hersi, who presented, and Dr. Suyum Merga, who also authored and presented the paper. Inshallah, tomorrow morning, we have 2 sessions before Juma. So tomorrow is going to be very light compared to what we have done today. So please take a rest, and we will start tomorrow at the time that has been announced already. Thank you so much, and thank you to all presenters and participants. Bye-bye. Okay, then now...
Dear moderator, you can give the certificates to speakers.
Okay, this is Dr. Siu. This is Dr. Brandon. Abdi will take for him.